Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Oh, yeah.
We had an extra?
No, these only needs is the proposed inter, yes, I don't need that. Give me that.
It's the same.
Yeah,
Do you need two of those?
make sure three, they do three things.
I gave them to it. All seven of them?
Yeah.
Mary, you,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah, I need,
So you
I
need
need,
two more.
yeah, I need, yeah, two, no, not these. I think it's yours. I just need you. You have the smaller book, I give you one? Yeah, no, yeah. Just two more of these. These are.
Oh. Chris.
I was just small.
Sorry.
That's what I think. I was honestly, I was there. Well, I.
Actually, you got it. Yes. I'll get it to Paul. Joe said it. You take me to like the Paul.
I'd like to call to the order the Wesley Town Council meeting for April 6th, 2026. All councilors are present, including the town manager, town solicitor, assistant town solicitor, town clerk, and town sergeant. First is our invocation with Counselor Healy.
Good evening. Spring has arrived, and with it, we gather again. Neighbors elected by neighbors here to do the work our community has entrusted to us. Budget season asks a lot of us. It asks us to listen carefully, to be honest about hard choices, and to remember that behind every line item are real people and real lives. So let's bring our best to the table, our patience, our good faith, and our genuine care for this place we call home. Thank you.
Salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, and justice for all. Next we have recognitions, awards, and memorials. First is congratulations to the Wesley Middle School wrestling team. Counselor Healy.
The Westerly Middle School wrestling team, namely members Drew Allen, Brent Alvino, Brandon Bellinger, Demarian Bradley, Makai Burrow Bradley, Dominic Castro, Griff Cornell, Josh Garcia, Rowan Griffin, Tyler Harley, Jack Carvey, Elliot Hopkins, Brody Macera, Andrew Martin, Brody Mayo, Maddie McLeod, Noah Nardone, Blake Poole, Brody Richmond, Cameron Ring, Rocco Rustico, Julius Santoro, Rylan Tenchner, and Nathan Turner. Head coach John Santoro and assistant coach Jacob Schaefer on earning the title of 2025-2026 Rhode Island Interscholastic League Division wrestling team champions. The town council commends the team on its achievement and expresses admiration and pride for these young men and women who brought honor and recognition to their league, their families, and the town of Westerly. Signed by all counselors.
We have the combination and individual copies for the student athletes. We'll have to send those to the school department. Next is congratulations to the Wesley High School wrestling team. Counselor Shalaba.
The Westerly Town Council extends congratulations to the Westerly High School wrestling team, namely members Nicholas Bedreau, Jeremy Burkholder, Adeline DuPont, Dom Durfee, Vincent Foscoli, Colin Horton, Colin Howe, Elijah Howe, Johnny Hitu, Andrew Kitchen, Caleb Martin, Connor Martin, Felix Mendez, Micaiah Mendola, Alexander Myers, Malik Nelson, John Orlando, Theo Pesh, Ryan Peters, Blake Richmond, and Keel Ulrich. Head coach Albert Dinwoody, assistant coach Brian Garcia, and volunteer coach Ethan Kadar on earning the title of 2025-2026 Rhode Island Interscholastic League Division III Wrestling Team Champions. Town Council commends the team on its achievement and expresses admiration and pride for these young men and women who brought honor and recognition to their league, their family, and to the town of Westerly. In recognition hereof, we have hereby set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereunto affixed the 6th day of April 2026, signed by all councilors.
Thank you. We also have a combination and the copies for all the student athletes, and congratulations, Wesley Middle School and Wesley High School and the wrestling team. That's awesome. Next, before we get into presentations, I'd like the council to consider time limits on town council debate, limiting it to 5 minutes, the same amount of time that we allow ourselves under citizens' comments, and this would allow for this pretty lengthy agenda to move along and have every council participate. So in order to incorporate that, I would have to ask for a motion to limit debate to 5 minutes per counselor. It's for the rest of the agenda, yeah.
Discussion?
Yes,
I think a way to alleviate that issue would not to have such a lengthy agenda, but I'll vote for this.
I'll second it.
motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, counselors.
No, I'm not for that. Thank you.
Please note, Counselor Vandover in the negative. Next, presentations, fiscal year 2026-27 for a budget submittal. The Finance Board recommendations submitted per Town Council, Town of Wesley Charter, Section 3-1-4C, discussion and possible action. We have with the Finance Board Chair, Mr. Finizio.
Yes, good evening. My name is Darrell Finizio. I'm the Chair of the Westerly Finance Board. I'm joined tonight by Dan Vellucci, Vice Chair of the Board, and I believe Member Stanton was also attempting to be here this evening. I don't know if he's arrived yet. The board met rather extensively to take a line-by-line look at the entire budget as proposed both by the town manager and by the superintendent of schools, and held lengthy discussions related thereto. We took our charge very seriously on behalf of the taxpayers, facing what would be a near maximum legal allowable tax increase this year if all of the requests that we were presented with were funded. We made several significant changes to the proposed budgets, and we are very pleased that the budget that we now present for your consideration as a town council represents a tax cut of a rate from 7.27 to 7.03, particularly in light of the fact that the town is facing significant costs associated with its sewer system upgrade and the increasing impact that inflation is having on all families in our community. We feel that this budget is a responsible one by providing some actual tax relief to Westerly taxpayers. I have presented in a cover letter the breakdown of our position relative to the budget. I would only highlight a couple of key points here and would prefer to take any questions that you might have to more focus the discussion and limit the lengthy agenda that I know you have to get through. But I will point out first that one of our concerns in looking at the budget was assuring that revenue projections were made conservatively. Many communities fall into deficits because they over-anticipate revenue collections. The town of Westerly has not been doing that. We have very good conservative revenue estimations, and the town manager presented them again this year. There may be a few line items in revenues where current trends might suggest nominal increases would be justified, but the Finance Board opted to stick to the conservative estimation and not alter those revenue projections. We feel that this is smart fiscal planning on behalf of the town. But because of growth in both the grand list and anticipated revenues from town investments, revenues to the town are actually increasing this year. So with that in mind, we looked at the general government budget request. We found it to be very lean as well, with most of the cost drivers there being related to healthcare. The same was true in the education budget. When it came to subsidies, again, there were no significant changes or increases over past years. And we also know that the council typically spends a significant amount of time on those as well, so no action was taken there. On debt service, these are legal obligations the town simply must pay. This is not something that we have much leeway to change. And we did examine those payment schedules, and they are in keeping with the current bonding that the town is obligated to, and we did not make any changes there. When it came to capital improvements, both on the town side and the school side, we did feel that reductions had to be made, although all projects that were proposed we felt were valid projects, and none of them would be not in the best interest of the town. They would all be in the interest of the town of Westerly, but to keep them all in would require too great a tax burden in this fiscal year. So with that in mind, reductions were made in several town projects and in several school projects. In specific relation to school capital improvements, there was a significant conversation that was had between the school administration and the Finance Board on the prioritization relative to capital projects versus operating expenses. And the school's stated priority was maintaining its operating budget because any reduction there could result in significant loss of services. So with that in mind, the board significantly reduced the capital requests from the schools, stating that the schools should examine the possibility of a longer-term infrastructure bond to fund these projects as opposed to annual significant capital outlays, or look at using the school's fund balance, the school's independent fund balance, which if the school department were to use its fund balance, those expenditures would also be eligible for state reimbursement of at least 35%, perhaps more. So we are not saying that these projects should not move forward. We believe they all should move forward. It was just the position of the board that there are other methods for funding and other prioritizations that required reductions in those requests. But when it came to the school appropriations request itself, the board had several discussions relative to this because the school department was making a request of approximately $904,000 while simultaneously suggesting using $400,000 of their fund balance to fund operating expenses. I took significant issue with that, as did other members of the board, because if you use one-time revenues to fund operating expenses, you build in an automatic deficit in the coming year. And the situation for the schools would be even worse next year were they to do that. The same would be true on the municipal side. We saw many states do this when tobacco settlement funds came down or when ARPA funds came down, using them to fund operating expenses, then winding up with significant budget holes. The town of Westerly thankfully did not do that. The schools have not done that in the past, and we do not feel they should do that now. They objectively stated that they were doing that to try to show that they were trying to minimize the amount they were requesting from the town. But it was the feeling of the board that a more honest budget was more fiscally responsible. And so therefore the board denied the use of the $400,000 from fund balance and increased the school appropriation request to $1,304,836, so that the budget is honestly balanced moving forward without an automatic deficit in the coming fiscal year. Overall, this was not obviously an easy process. I certainly thank my fellow board members. All of us serve as volunteers and did our very best to present the town council with a budget that was more workable and less burdensome to the taxpayers of Westerly. But with that, obviously all the materials are in front of you, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chairman Benizio. Any questions initially? Councilor Niemeyer?
Let me start by saying thank you for all the work you've done on this, Chairman and Board of Finance. I really appreciate the product that you've put together here. I think the focus on tax relief, given the circumstances our community finds itself in, is particularly appreciated. I just wanted to check in on these capital improvements reductions. Is there a range of capital investment that towns are suggested to maintain or keep themselves within year over year? And do you feel that we will have maintained that in this budget?
Well, I would say that we are still making investments in capital improvements on both the school side and the town side out of our annual budget. However, the overall capital needs of the town exceed $100 million. So were we to truly address all of our capital needs, the expenditure would be massive. What is the appropriate amount to be addressing in any given year? I wouldn't speak to. And what is the method of funding? Some of these projects could be funded out of the town fund balance. Some could be funded out of bonding. Some grants could be sought to offset. There's all different methods to approach it. We just simply felt that maintaining the operating budgets, maintaining the debt service, maintaining fully funded pensions, keeping the town on solid fiscal standing without any painful operating service cuts was the priority, as opposed to capital projects out of the annual budget at this time.
Understood. Thank you. I noted that the overall increase in operating costs on both the school side and the town side was less than inflation, given what we've experienced over the past year and in recent years. Does that put us at any risk of not being able to keep the lights on if there were a massive spike in energy costs, for instance?
I believe that the fact that the overall revenues have been estimated so conservatively and the fact that we have budgeted appropriately with predictions for increases in operating costs, that it would be highly unlikely that that could occur. But inevitably, in any budget, we're making forecasts. And forecasts can change based on unforeseen circumstances. A very massive storm, a significant change in the national economy, and so on. Which is why I think the board spent an extra amount of time focusing on our revenue projections to make sure that we were in a conservative position in terms of our estimates. But can we absolutely guarantee that there won't be unforeseen circumstances? No. But do I think the budget is appropriately balanced? Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for your diligence on this. Those are all my questions. And again, I really appreciate the product that you all produced. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vandover.
Hey, you got it right tonight, Chris. Thank you. Thank you for your due diligence. I sat in with every meeting with you guys, so I learned a whole bunch. It was very educational, and I do appreciate the due diligence that you guys actually took to, the time that you took to actually go through this budget line for line, and you did a great job. And again, you, for someone who's not in the finance world, it was very clear to me what was going on. So I do appreciate that. I do have a question for you though, which wasn't addressed in here. Capital improvements. Do you think that the capital improvements for the school side should come back to the town council? In my opinion, I find that the school could be concerned with what's going on with our children, not with what's going on with the buildings. The town owns all the buildings, as we all know, and I'm just curious to see what your opinion is on whether you think that it would be wise for the town council to take that section back from the school to the town council for us to manage. I mean, we do all the work anyway, so.
This was a topic that came up in our meetings, although it is outside the purview of our authority. But there was some discussion related to whether it would be more appropriate to have the town handle all maintenance and capital projects related to the school buildings as opposed to the school department. However, there are state laws that mandate certain expenditures within the school budget for maintenance. So there may need to be special state legislation and/or changes in local ordinances in order to accomplish that. This would be a significant policy change. And so the board obviously takes no position on it. That would be for you, the elected officials, working with your state representation as well to determine if that were even possible. But yes, that was a discussion that was held.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Yeah, it would have to come for a vote at the next election to be changed in the charter. I do understand that. Also, I do appreciate that the school gave us a good faith proposal of trying to remove that 400,000. And I also appreciated the fact that you also agreed that the school should pay for their capital improvements another way, not through increasing taxes on the people of this town. I think we gave them $1.3 million last year, and I'm curious to know where that went exactly. But I would have to do some deeper digging for that. But those are my questions. And again, thank you all for your education, for educating me, for doing your due diligence to protect the people of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Connolly, you want to add to this?
I do, please, and thank you. I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to follow up on Councilor Vandover's question regarding capital improvements to schools. So that's governed within Title 16. And within Title 16, the school committee and the school department is given the authority to do that. I would say given the authority, it is allocated to them. It is their authority. In the exercise of that authority, there are significant processes that schools go through pursuant to RIDE regulations and approvals that you have to go through in order to get the reimbursements. So if you don't follow those procedures, have them pre-approved by RIDE, enter into your MOAs for construction with RIDE, you don't get the reimbursements. So essentially what you're asking for would not be a charter issue in Westerly. It would be an amendment to Title 16 that would be a change to a state law.
Great, thank you. That clarifies that. I didn't have the answer to that question, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Counselor Healy?
I'll echo everybody. Thank you so much to all four of you for doing all of this. It is not easy work, and it is very difficult to have to look at something and make any type of potential cuts. So I appreciate you keeping our neighbors in mind. My question does fall, unfortunately, on the school side. There was a conversation in one of the meetings, and I believe he was the building director. He kind of gave an order of importance, or like what needs to be done out of the flooring, the roof, the windows, and the security cameras. And I just wanted to know if you could share that with us.
Yes, the buildings facilities manager, or whatever his specific title was, which I don't want to misquote, but he did present at that meeting that Councilor Healy did attend, and Council President Duhamel was also present, did list the priorities for their capital improvements, and especially the roof project was on the top of their list. But in the discussion, as we delved deeper, part of the reason why they were seeking such a significant capital expenditure from the annual budget was because a bond related to this had not passed recently.
Mhm.
And our position was, well, that may be true, but to hit the operating budget for $1.6 million would be more, or almost more, than what both the municipal government and the school department were looking for in increases in their entire operating budgets for the entire fiscal year.
Right.
So it just was not a bad project, definitely a top priority for them, but unaffordable in this environment, in our opinion. But what we discussed with the school was that in the past, they have taken over $1 million out of their fund balance and used it on capital projects in the past. So they could fund this year's portion of the roof project out of their reserve. And their reserve currently has accessible to them a little bit less than $4 million. And if they expend those funds, they get at least 35% reimbursement from the state. So we felt there's an option for them to keep this project moving while perhaps they attempt another bond, a 5-year bond that could look at all of their capital improvements. And were it to pass, yes, it would increase debt service, but amortized out over 30 years, that slow increase on the budget would be far preferable than a 1 year, and not only 1 year, but year after year funding of this roof project. So it would be 1.6 million, then 1.8, and then 1.6 again. These would be significant hits year after year that would require multiple digit tax increases year to year for the taxpayers. And we felt that that just shouldn't be our go-to for funding these projects, but they are critical. And we did make clear to the school, you should move forward with them. We just feel you should look at other funding mechanisms and not the annual budget.
Okay, thank you. I agree. They're all really important. Unfortunately, they're all safety risks as well. So when I look at it, I do see that side of it as well. We could probably keep Solicitor Conley very busy if we don't do all of them. So that's just something that I have in the back of my mind. But Daryl, I appreciate you. I appreciate your board, and thank you for everything.
And I will also state, I did not mention it earlier, that if there are capital projects on either the town side or the school side, and at our public hearing, several people came and spoke last week about the project in Bradford and wanting that $500,000 as part of the budget. What we stated to them at our public hearing, and I would state to you, is that the council could restore up to $800,000 of any of the capital projects, school or town, that we reduced, and you would still have a level tax rate. So certain of these projects or expenditures that we made reductions in could be restored, and you could still have a tax cut this year. So keep that in mind as well. The ultimate decision on this is not the Board of Finance. it's yours. So if the council feels that this roof project is that important and in discussions with the school committee as you do your budget deliberations, you want to put that back in or put some portion of it back in, you have the authority to do that as well. We just saw it as our role to get this as lean as possible when it came to you.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing up the 800,000. I worked with Town Manager Lacey on that too, because that was, that's important for everybody to hear, is that's what our range is from where you guys have us to bringing our mill rate to where it is right now. Thank you.
Council Shalaba?
Thank you, Daryl, and thank you to your whole board for all the work that you've done. I do have one question, actually. Did you take into consideration about just leaving the mill rate the way it was and leaving it flat? Had you discussed that?
We actually, and the town manager can attest to this, we did not set out with any fixed mill rate in mind. We went through the budget and made reductions, as Councilor Vandover knows from being at all of our meetings, without a target. There was no magic number. I don't believe in that. That's the politicization of budgeting. The schools said they were attempting to use some of fund balance because they wanted to get their request under $1 million, or they wanted the percentage under 2% because they thought that would be more politically palatable. But the finance board very clearly sees its role as nonpartisan. We're not interested in trying to say we're keeping it at this rate or at this percentage. We just want the numbers to be as lean as possible and be accurate as possible. And when we finished our work is when we found out, when we crunched the numbers, wow, there's actually going to be a tax reduction here. But we didn't set out to get an end result. We set out simply to produce a lean, accurate budget.
Thank you. No, that's great. That's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Councilor,
The school said that if you didn't give them the increase, they would have to go into the fund balance for $400,000. Is that what the school said?
What was that?
Is that the school said that if you didn't give them the increase in the operating budget, that they would have to use their fund balance? Is that what you're telling me? That's what the school said.
No.
What are you
their
saying?
Initial request was for 1.3 million, approximate, for 4,836.
Yep.
But they only wanted 903 in the local appropriation from the town, and they were proposing using 400,000 of their fund balance to close the gap. Otherwise, they'd be in a deficit.
Because if they didn't get 1.3 million above last year's, then they would have to go into the fund balance. That's what they told you. That's what you're telling me right now. Is that correct?
They did not say that to us. They proposed a budget that automatically planned to use part of their fund balance to balance their budget. But if they didn't get the appropriation, they would either have to use their fund balance or make cuts.
So if they didn't get the 1.3 million as an increase, they were telling you that they would have to go into their fund balance for 400,000 in order to keep all the services the same as last year.
Or they would have to make cuts.
Or they have to make cuts, sure. Okay, that's what they told you. 15 years in a row, whatever we do, level fund increase, whatever we do, they run a surplus. Don't you think it's a little funny that they would say, hey, if we don't get an increase this year, we're gonna have to go into our fund balance? Even though we lost students for the 20th year in a row, even though we're from 3,000 students to 2,000 students now, but suddenly this is the year that we're gonna run into, we're gonna have to borrow against our fund balance. You know who else said, and a friend of mine said this to me today, he said, Lucy used to tell Charlie Brown all the time that the next time he ran up, he was gonna get to kick the football. Said it all the time. But what happens? You remind me a little bit of Charlie Brown right now, Darryl. You can't believe the school committee. Their job, they've been piling into this fund balance for a long time, and I know that they told you that it's only $3.2 million available, but they've got another 5 million in another account to say that's assigned. They have 2.7 million in capital that they haven't used from last year. It's really about 10 million. And I'm gonna enlighten you on something else. The school capital budget that we've cut, okay? And you say, sure, they can go into the fund balance and they can pay for the roof themselves. You know what they're not gonna do? They're not gonna go into the fund balance and pay for themselves. They're gonna come back at the next council and they're gonna say, hey, we still need $1 million for a roof. And they're gonna bring it, just kicking the can down the road. I am gonna give you an A for effort. The last finance board didn't do anything. It was a rubber stamp job. It was so bad, I almost wanted to dissolve the committee. You guys you did do the work. You did have the effort. But it's a little bit of fool's gold here when you just cut all our capital and push it off to future years. And you make the same mistake that councils have made for 15 years in a row. And you ask for an increase in the school's operating budget, when for 15 years in a row, they've run a surplus. And they're going to again, whether we level fund them, whether we reduce them. I promise you, they will run a surplus again. We can't believe these stories anymore. The budget is bloviated. They budget for 15 crossing guards. They haven't hired more than 3 in 10 years. That's the way it's set up. And I give all the credit in the world to Dr. Garceau. He does a good job of abstracting money from the town and putting it in this slush fund that's grown incredibly out of control, incredibly large. And I've always said, if we have too high of a fund balance, that's the first sign that we're overtaxing our base. We're overtaxing our citizens. And that's what we need to do. I would be willing to give them the capital if we were to level fund the operating budget. So while I do agree with your efforts, I'm going to take a different approach. So I will thank you for your, I think much better job than the last finance board. I'll say that. Thank you.
You, Council Aiello?
Thank you. And again, thank you for everybody's time and I know it's a volunteer effort and I'm glad you did caveat everything by saying it in your opinion and the board's opinion, et cetera, et cetera. And it's an advisory board for the council. So I do appreciate those efforts. When I initially heard what was going on with the recommendations for the school and all this other stuff and capital was being hit hard but yet the local appropriation for the schools is being increased and another a town request to take over personnel was not just a one-time increase. What's the long-term cost? And that was not addressed. But yet capital was, my initial reaction was, that's the easy way out. Let's just hit capital and I'm going to talk a little bit more, but that, in my opinion, is kicking the can down the road for things. Years ago, they did that a lot for maintenance and capital. You end up paying the price later on. And so it's just a different way to look at it and different consideration. And I've followed finance boards off and on for about the past 20 years or so. So I've been through a few of them. And so there are some concerns with that. And I'll look at, I got your book, I'll look at it. And it's too hard for me to look at everything on a computer screen. So I'll look at the paper version. And I'm glad you mentioned 800,000. It wouldn't impact the tax rate at all. So I appreciate that. That gives us a little wiggle room. Council has the option to do a lot of other stuff. They could put it all back or do different things. And I want to piggyback a little bit of what Councilor Peter was saying about the school department. I've also followed them off and on for the past 20 or so years. And yes, I don't want to oversimplify it. I don't want to insult anybody because I'm friends with some of them and stuff, but in general, it's different actors, but the same play, same sheet of music, but different performers. And they do end up with fund balances. And student population has been going down, not just the past 10 years, it's going down since 2003. So I would never support, right now, I don't want to say never, but I would not support increasing the local appropriation for the schools. We could actually, by law, decrease local appropriation by 2 million this year, based upon student population declining enrollment. That's something. And as far as them saying if they didn't get the 400,000, that they would, suggest tapping into fund balance, or they would run a deficit. They're not allowed to run a deficit. They would either have to adjust their budgets or adjust their operations somehow. That's up to them, but they can't run a deficit. So just wipe that right out. And if they get into trouble on a monthly basis, they have to immediately notify the town. And then that hasn't happened in quite a while. Because they always have more than enough, more than enough. And by increasing the local appropriation, you're increasing the baseline for next year. So that's a consideration we have to keep in mind. So another reason with declining enrollment, they chose to build that new school that we really didn't need and spend that money on that instead of some of these other projects. So with that, and I read some of your minutes. They weren't all posted yet when I read them over the weekend, but they're probably posted today or tomorrow. But I do remember reading that at one point you said that you wish you had more time. And I think in previous councils, the time has been reduced for the finance board. If we're going to do it properly, one of two things: we either get rid of the finance board or do it properly and give them, put back some time that they're allowed so you can do this. And I found it odd that you said that, but then I think the March 25th meeting was canceled. And I said, well, if they wanted more time to do these other things, why on earth cancel it? And then I was a little bit taken aback too when, your recommended budget wasn't marked draft or anything Thursday, and it was posted with our agenda. And then, but the public meeting was April 2nd after this was already posted. So it just probably not your doing, but it's just some of the process here is a little convoluted. I think we need to work on that. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr.
You
President.
want to respond?
Yeah, I would just respond
You can
briefly.
put it on my time if you wish.
I would just respond briefly to state that the March 25th meeting was scheduled in case we needed it. We had two meetings where we were voting on actual changes. We had extensive meetings relative to what changes we might consider, and we managed to get through them all in one night, so we didn't need the second meeting. But you are very correct that all of us on the board, several of us are brand new. This is a newly constituted board, and we had to both join the board and jump right into the budget process. And a lot of us felt that was not preferable. And in the coming year, we want to meet more frequently and meet earlier, especially to get a better handle on the capital requests and where they're coming from and what the justifications are. We want to tour the facilities and so on and so forth. So there's a strong desire among this board to dig deeper, but this year we just didn't have the time in the process to do all of that prep work. That has to be done months in advance, and we didn't have those months, but we do now, and we will be working on that in the coming year.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo that the town of Wesley is well represented by this finance board. The finance board is part of the charter. It's a requirement of our budget review that there be a finance board, and that they do spend time with each department, going line by line, what the expenditures are, what the incomes are, revenues are. I gather that there are members on your board this year for the first time, but I didn't witness that in the meetings that I attended, that they were very engaged. They had many pertinent questions that were on point. And they really went through the scrutiny of what the budget, the manager's budget should be. And you did have the advantage of having the manager's budget, because he did a great job pulling it together and showing a modest tax increase. But the finance board, through their deliberation, ended up with a tax decrease from what is the mill rate from last year, while funding incorporating the sewer $85 million bond payments for next year, by increasing snow removal payments, by listening closely with the school department and the school committee on what their priorities were and how the finance board could meet those priorities, by questioning the school committee on what their fund balance was, and identifying a potential use of that fund balance in a one-time capital improvement fee that is not structurally deficit from going forward in subsequent years. And also in the last minute, an opportunity arose with the town manager to take over the funding of the senior center and making certain our seniors have the facilities that they deserve. And that's also incorporated within this budget that cuts taxes. So I find it incredible that the finance board, even if they are rookies, that they came up with these alternatives. And this is just the beginning of the process for the town council. The town council is receiving it tonight for the first time. I attended meetings, as did Councilor Healy, Councilor Vandover, Councilor Petra went to a couple. So the council's been very much monitoring this, but it's our job to go line by line. We have 5 more meetings to go through, public meetings, which the public can attend, the public can ask questions at the appropriate time in the agenda. So this isn't by far the end of this, it's the beginning of this. And I think we have a great backup between the manager's budget, now the finance board's budget. And Chairman Phoenicia, are we allowed to ask you more questions as this process goes through? Are you available?
Sure. I will say, as you just commented and you observed in our meetings, all the members of this board, I'm very proud to serve with. I've been, in and out of public service, as you know, for almost 30 years now. And this is one of the best group of people I've had the opportunity to serve with. Everyone on this board really puts the partisanships aside and really wants to get the right answer and really dug deep on this. And so I think I speak not only for myself, but the other members of the board, that as often as the council would like to speak with us, we are happy to speak with you.
Very good. Appreciate that greatly. With that said, I will entertain a motion to accept the finance board budget.
I'll second that.
Second.
Made and seconded, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Budget accepted unanimously. Thank you, Daryl.
Mr. President. Hi, I just wanted to enter into the record a letter I received today from Lena Carrera O'Leary in support of funding for the Bradford Recreation Complex.
Thank you. I thought that was for citizens' comments. Do you need a motion to that effect? Okay. So noted. Councilor Shalaba just raised a point. She was not at the last meeting, and some of the councilors, me included, didn't put our mics on when we're discussing. We can all hear each other clearly, but if we could keep mind of that. Okay. Next presentation, our annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. CBIZ, CPAs, PC, discussion and possible action. I think it's in our agenda. It's online. Mr. Manager, you want to introduce?
Yeah, this is every year we have an audit. So this is the actual completion of the audit results of the report from the 25 audit that ended, or actually it's 25th fiscal year audit that, no, 25 fiscal year that ended June 30th, this past June 30. So they're going to give you the findings from the auditors. They come into the building usually starting sometime in August, September, October. They scrutinize every detail of our accounts through the entire town, all enterprise funds, as well as the town and school, and come up with a report. It's required, it has to be submitted to the state. We have to do it every year. We certainly welcome to give you the presentation.
Thank you. If you could walk us through?
Sure. Good evening. I'm Jim Wilkinson. I'm a shareholder with CBIZ CPAs PC. As was just mentioned, we have completed the financial statement audit of the town for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. We did prepare a brief outline, couple of slides and some excerpts from the actual financial statements within the packet here. The financial statements themselves are about 170 pages long. I didn't want to go through all that, and tonight I'd take over more than my 5 minutes, I'm sure. So I'll keep it this high level. Again, the agenda, we're going to talk briefly about audit results. We will again go through some of those highlights from the annual comprehensive financial report. We also have a draft of the government auditing standards reports. I'll mention those as part of the single audit that we perform. Feel free to ask questions at any time, or if at the end we can be interesting questions as well. On page 3 of the handout, again, the overall audit results, we've completed our evidence gathering, our procedures, our harassment of town employees with financial questions, as they like to call it sometimes. We have, attained comfort to be able to issue our opinion. The opinion on the financial statements is what's called a clean or unmodified opinion, which means that the financial statements are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles applicable to governments. It's the highest report we can render on the financial statements. It's generally good news. Moving on onto page 4, there were no instances of fraud or illegal acts that were noted during the financial statement audit. No material uncertainties were noted. The financial statements, the numbers that were presented by the town within the financial statements were not based on estimates we could not support as a result of our procedures. Back at the beginning of the audit, we did issue a communication of our planned audit strategy. Pleased to let the town council know that there were no changes required to that plan strategy. The planning process did develop the requisite tests and areas of risk that we found in actual trial balances and numbers that were provided to us. Within the financial statements themselves, our opinion is issued on the financial statements. A large part of the document. There's also some required supplementary information and other supplementary information. The required supplementary information, we do not express an opinion on, but we do state it's consistent with the financial statements as a whole from what they've been derived from. A little bit of a separation of responsibilities there is again, is part of the audit process. As mentioned, in connection with the financial statement audit, we are also engaged to perform what's known as a single audit. It's the audit of internal controls and compliance over federally funded programs. That engagement is approaching its conclusion right now. Pleased to note that we're not anticipating finding any findings of non-compliance or other matters related to the expenditure of federal funds. As a part of the overall audit, there is one carry forward finding that will be reported at the end of the June of 24 audit. There was a material weakness noted with the timeliness and completion of account reconciliations, change in management and change in some systems, delayed the 2024 audit. Many of those continued through the 2025 audit, causing some delays in the audit process, some adjustments that were both noted by management as well as our audit procedures to correct balances. None of those individually were significant, but there was time needed to get to that point. So it wasn't a matter of numbers being inaccurate. It was just the time to get to those balances and complete those reconciliations. Pleased to note, and management can discuss that by the completion of our audit, we did see that those issues had largely been resolved. With the final report, management will present a corrective action plan with current status of those as well. But our anticipation now, and Sarah can discuss it, is that those issues have been largely resolved at this point in time. So. Moving on, there were 2 new accounting standards that were adopted by the town in the fiscal year under audit. GASB statement number 101, Governmental Accounting Standards Board statement number 101 on compensated absences. It changes the accounting for compensated absences from being strictly looking at what is eligible to be paid at termination of an employee relationship to what actually could be vested and used during an employee's tenure with the town. That did not have a significant impact on the town. as well as the town implemented statement number 102 on certain risk disclosures. Again, none of the criteria specified in that standard applied to the town, so while it was adopted, it was largely not an issue for the financial statements. The result of our procedures, we noted no significant unusual transactions or transaction where there was no applicable guidance for how the accounting should work. And we had no discussions with town management on alternative accounting policies or accounting practices outside of what has been normally consistently maintained for the town. We also consider management's communication with those charged with governance to be in line with best practices. There's transparency through, monthly reporting of interim results, answering of questions, which we noted in minutes. We saw no weaknesses or issues with any communications with management and the council regarding financial matters. In connection with our audit, we also issue a communication to those charged with governance. There is a number of required elements we're required to communicate. Happy to say that while there were adjustments made to the financial statements, again, none of those represented individually significant items. We did not propose any adjustments that were rejected by the town or not recorded. We do believe that the financial statement disclosures are neutral, consistent, and clear and understandable. We do note that notes 10 and 11 within the financial statements are, in our opinion, the most significant. They deal with pension and other post-employment benefits. They're lengthy footnote disclosures. There are a lot of assumptions and estimates built into those. If anyone's having trouble sleeping at night, pull those two out. You will not have a problem for long. So, in accordance with our professional standards, if the town does intend to publish an annual report, another document that includes our opinion, we are required to read that for a consistency review before our opinion is published again. We've discussed that with management. We did not note any conflict of interest or related party matters. We had no disagreements with management. We did not note where management was in consultation with other accountants regarding accounting procedures and practices or the like. We were not required to do any consultations outside of our audit engagement team with other internal specialists within our firm. We did not have any issues that were discussed prior to our retention as the town's auditors. We discussed various matters, engagement letters and the like, but none of those, in our opinion, bared on our ability to conduct the audit or be retained by the town. And while there were some delays with procedures, we did not have any difficulties or disagreements with management regarding accounting matters, auditing procedures, and the like. We were provided with full access to personnel records and anything we requested during the audit process. We appreciate everyone's cooperation to get us through the process. Within the financial statements themselves, again, the document's about 180 pages. Our pages are about 3 of those, beginning on page 12, which was actually our opinion on the financial statements. It talks about the scope of our audit. We audited the governmental activities, the business type activities, which are the town's enterprise funds, each major fund within the town, which are presented within the financial statements, and the aggregate remaining fund information, again, as of the year end of June of 2025. And we do express our opinion that those statements are presented fairly in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We conducted our audit in accordance with both generally accepted auditing standards established by the American Institute of CPAs, as well as government auditing standards established by the Office of Management and Budget. Those standards are applicable because there are federal fundings and the federal single audit that's part of this engagement. Management is responsible for the content of the financial statements, the disclosures within the financial statements. We do assist the town with the preparation of the report, but again, responsibility for that remains with the town, remains our independence from that document for expressing our opinion. The opinion does disclose required supplementary information and the other supplementary information which I mentioned. The annual comprehensive financial report of the town does include an introductory section as well as statistical section. Those sections are not audited by us as the representations of town management. And we close the opinion with making note that in accordance with the Single Audit Act, we'll be issuing our report required by government auditing standards, our internal controls and compliance. That will be available when that single audit report is published later this month. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to management to discuss the financial statements.
Right. In fund balance, we saw an increase of $4.3 million. We had collected over budgeted revenue for taxes as we budget at 97% and our collection rate was again 100%. We collected additional 1.1 million in investment income, as well as 1.2 million in state grant and aid, which is related to meal and hotel tax. And for our expenses, we were over in a few areas, but it was offset by the excess in revenue and in public safety, capital, and debt service were some of them, completely offset by the excess in revenue. And our retirement funds have a healthy balance of 6.8 million. Our OPEB is funded. It went from 47.3% to 54.2%, and our police pension increased from 81.56 to 86.44. As well as our unassigned fund balance stands at $24.5 million. This is 31.94% of the 25 adopted budget. And as we're going out for the sewer bond, rating agencies will really like this amount. And we're in a good place with that. And to address your finding, for the finding, we're up to date in all of our reconciliations and have addressed all of any findings.
Again, in the outline, we did include a section on that draft government auditing standards report. Again, no findings related to federal funding from either a compliance or internal control perspective are anticipated at this point in time. We're finalizing procedures on that and we anticipate issuing that report by the end of the month. At this point, if there are any questions, be happy to.
$160, yes. $24 million, yep.
I was gonna ask the same thing. So what, so 24 million is, what you say, unassigned fund balance?
Yeah.
What's our total fund balance?
Total fund balance, 30 million.
Even?
Nope, 30,128,230.
Thank you.
Thank you both very, very much. I know that this process, Sarah, is not always the best, but we had a nice conversation about just how great audit was. So I appreciate your work coming in. I am one of those weirdos that I don't fall asleep reading this stuff. So I enjoyed going through. I'm one of those. So I know that you covered it a little bit, but I kind of just wanted to highlight, we had our the finance board chair came in and was talking about how conservative Mr. Lacy has been and the town council has been when it comes to revenue. And I just wanted to make sure that we said it out loud again, how much we actually took in more, because it was over 2 million, right?
It was, yes.
Okay, so that is hats off to you, Town Manager Lacy, and to this council, honestly, for getting us there. That's impressive. And I will say that I've looked at several other audits throughout the state, and this town is really, really good when it comes to these things. Yes, you know, timeframes can happen. I totally understand that. But something that I've noticed in sitting up here is all of our reports that come back, our bond ratings, everything are fantastic. And I really want to give that to Town Manager Lacy and the staff. You run a well-oiled ship, and I appreciate all that you've done. And I'm very, very happy that the town can see just how well things are really going. So thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Vandover.
I just want to say thank you. Numbers, I start to, Hello. But you did a great job. I'm happy to hear that we're where we're supposed to be, if not better. So that's fantastic. And thank you for all your hard work.
You know, the one thing that within the document, management's discussion and analysis will begins on page 15. It's about a 10-page narrative that really summarizes all those tables and charts. It's a great place for someone who wants to at least start understanding the financial statements. Start there. It's a good baseline. It talks about the whys that things happen in those changes.
Thank you.
Any, Councilor Niemeyer?
I'll take the opportunity to thank you as well, and also take the opportunity to point out the significance of the single audit of federally funded programs. Not only is it a good sign of how we are currently managing our grant programs, it is also a document which is regularly submitted as part of federal grant applications. So having a clean bill of health on that is an opportunity for the town to receive even more revenue in the future. So the fact that that is anticipated to be clean coming in, I think speaks not only very highly towards the compliance apparatus we have here in town, but you know, the future to come. So thank you again.
You're welcome. The one thing we're seeing this year on our single audits, and it's been reported from, it's actually follow-up from prior single audits, is the administration now, and anytime there's a question cost with a federal program, we're seeing much more activity from the federal government to recoup those funds. And having none of those, again, keeps you out of that whole pool of questions and all. So it's saves some headaches.
All set. Councilor Shalaba?
No questions. Just want to thank you all for your hard work.
Anyone else? I can echo that as well. Thank you for this exhaustive study. Again, it's way beyond my capabilities. I appreciate the work that the finance department has done under the town manager. And the audit has proven that their attention to detail is flawless. And it's left us with a fund balance of $30 million, which gives us assurance going forward with all the variances that the town budget proceeds. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
I think you're on next too.
Colleagues of mine, not mine.
Okay, so next is our payroll. Our last presentation is payroll risk and controls audit, CBIZ advisory services, discussion and possible action.
Okay, so this gentleman's in Colorado, same company. He's going to be joining us by Zoom. He should be coming on any second. So this is a result of the previous council, although I'm sure everyone is aware, there was issues with a contribution to the TIAA pension back in January of 24, I believe it started. As a result of that, and then going back and forth of that, after the end of this audit, after the fiscal year 25, it was decided that we were going to have them do an audit of the payroll process. And so this is the result of that audit of the payroll process. So that's what they're going to present to you, and those are the findings. But I don't see him popping on, so let me just go tell Mike that he's okay to bring him in.
This had to do with the school. Set.
He is on, he just has to turn on his camera. Hopefully he can hear us.
Need video if it's not available.
Guess we can ask him. His name is Ryan. Ryan, can you hear us?
Or maybe you could just recap what they're gonna tell us.
Yeah, if he's not available.
Fine.
Yeah, we'll see if he jumps on. I've been texting him. He's been on the whole time. Let's see what he's saying now. Give me 1 second. I don't want to recap and misconstrue anything that. Yes. Okay. He's asking me if he's joining as a panelist.
Hear me?
There he is.
Here we go.
There he is. Good evening, Ryan.
Good evening. Good evening. There we go.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
You can?
You keep talking, eventually, I guess we'll.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello.
I don't see you're on mute, so.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
You can hear me? Yes?
We can.
Okay.
So Ryan, I've already introduced you to the council. I advised them that you're gonna be going over the findings of the payroll audit. They kind of have a brief reasoning as to why it was conducted. So at this point, I'll turn it over to you to explain to the council the findings on the audit.
Thank you, Sean. Hope everyone's having a good evening. My name is Ryan Geary. I'm a manager with CBIZ. I've been an internal auditor for Risk Advisory for over a decade. I'm currently a certified internal auditor, and it was a pleasure to work with Sean, the town, and his staff going through this audit. Our procedures were a lot like Sean outlined of the reasoning for us to come in and review the payroll for both the town and the school. We had a number of procedures where we worked with the town to understand kind of the background of the situations and what was needed for our review. In addition to that, we conducted a series of walkthroughs of both the payroll process as well as the human resources processes, from onboarding a new hire to selecting their benefits to how the benefits get uploaded to the various providers. Ultimately, how an individual is input into the system, how payroll is processed, how an individual is terminated, and ultimately how individuals are paid on the background, and all the different approvals and steps that took place within the payroll process, again, for both the town and the school. After doing a walkthrough of the processes, we drafted and got confirmation from both the town and the school of a number of internal controls that were identified through the walkthroughs. Within each of these internal controls that had been identified, roughly about 10 controls for both the town and school, 12 for the school actually. We then requested what's called a tested design for each one of those controls within both the town and the school, and got documentation to evidence both the controls, or all the controls within the town and the school. We did a review of those. As an outcome of both the design review, we put together a listing of observations and findings that we then presented back to both the town and the school's payroll departments, of which we also requested what we call a test of effectiveness. So once we got an understanding of how controls were designed within the payroll process, we then asked for additional samples to make sure that the controls were then indeed performed effectively over a number of occurrences, to validate that the controls are in place, the designed, and they're being performed on a routine basis and not just on a one-time review by us. So as an outcome, we did have a number of observations through the test of design. After the test of effectiveness, which is the second round of testing, we did not have any additional findings. In fact, we found that mostly the school did implement a lot of the recommendations for our observations in the months that were between the design and effective testing, which was great to see, and just showed that they were committed to improving the process. In general, we did not identify anything that was financially impacting. That anything that was misstated or anything within the numbers of the payroll department that could be misleading or anything. In fact, only our recommendations were process improvements and how we have identified payroll processes from other clients could be improved, could be recommended to improve the payroll process at the town and the school. So I can absolutely go through some of our findings, or if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
I got a question.
Yes.
LaPetra.
Yes. It seemed to my recollection, there was some issue with a delay from when the money was deducted from the teachers' accounts to when they hit their TIA account, which would cost them a little bit of interest. I believe, I don't know, I think Dave Federico was looking for 89 cents at one point. Did you find it? I want to know if all that's been made whole from a few years ago.
That specifically, and Sean, I don't know if you have context on that, but that specific item is not identified in our procedures. It was more identifying the controls in place to make sure that that does not happen again.
Yeah, so I'll just comment. So that they wouldn't be looking for the 89 cents. They didn't order the entire payroll process to see if there was any shortfalls in the operations of payroll that would allow this to happen, or can they put any measures in place to prevent this from
Happening again, so there will never be another
Yes.
missing 89 cents.
That's right.
Good.
So it was to a balance check to make sure that possibly couldn't happen moving forward.
Any other questions at this point? If you could continue.
Ryan, if you want to go through a few of the findings, that's fine, and then see if they have any questions as we wrap this up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know some of the key issues and concerns were around benefit onboarding and ultimately deduction from payroll and the individual's payroll process. So we walked through the process for onboarding a new individual, getting their benefits sent off to the various providers and service providers, and then ultimately on the back end. Again, we didn't identify anything that would necessarily indicate that individuals didn't have deductions accurately taken out of their payroll, or that they weren't reported accurately. But what we did recommend is a process improvement for that procedures was to set up a reconciliation for each individual as individuals get onboarded. I don't know if the council is aware, but there is a very manual process to onboard individuals for their benefits, in which there are paper forms that are filled out, and then ultimately that is reported to the various providers. With that, again, we didn't find anything that was misreported or anything, but just having a reconciliation, whether it's documented in some type of spreadsheet or document, to just show what was selected by each individual. And then what ultimately was reported out. It is a more manual process, but it does maintain record of what people selected and then what the deductions were on the back end. And so that was a recommendation we had. And then on the payroll processing on the back end, just to make sure that each payroll is accurate. Again, didn't find anything that was incorrectly calculated, or it was actually very well maintained, but we did recommend a payroll checklist that goes through each step within the payroll process. It is a manual process, and there are multiple steps. So just having some type of checklist that shows when things are completed, what time they're completed, who completes them, and then so that every payroll is performed in the exact same manner. And that if there is someone that leaves the payroll department, or someone gets onboarded, that's different, or someone's on a vacation, they have a step-by-step guideline of what it takes to complete payroll. Another high priority issue was and you did bring it up here, was the per payroll, the ERSRI and TIAA reporting spreadsheet. Understand that there has been enhancements over the last couple of years to make sure that what is reported to ERSRI and TIAA is reported accurately and completely. And then ultimately what is paid is complete and accurate as well. Our recommendation for this was to have a documented approval by finance department of the review pre-upload to the ERSRI and TIAA web link. And then also on the back end, once you get a confirmation from the ERSRI and TIAA links showing how much is to be paid for that payroll, to have some kind of documented approval by finance, validating that what was uploaded is actually represented in what is to be paid out and taken out. But when we did go back and do the test of effectiveness on this, not only did our recommendation get implemented, but it was implemented very well in that there was multiple sign-offs and email checks that in our test of design we did not see. And then in the test of effectiveness came back and showed improvement in the process as well.
Very good, thank you. With that summary, that the investigation is complete with favorable remediation. Are there any other questions? Town manager, do you have anything to add?
No, I just want to thank them for the audit. I think the results speak for themselves. My hat's off to the payroll department as they're doing a fine job, and measures were put in place as to prevent any of this from happening moving forward. So thank you. And Ryan, thank you very much for joining us.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have asked the council. Council Healy,
It's okay. I just have a question for you, not for Ryan. So when all of the TS stuff was going on, there was an internal audit, right? And then this is the external one that was being pushed for.
Yeah, we did, well, an internal audit amongst our process internally, yes, we didn't really, we went through to figure out, okay, what is the issue? Why weren't these measures getting to the TIA, why weren't the funding getting to the TIA? And it was an error in the computer, the program that was actually computing the numbers that were being provided to TIA. That was corrected prior to them doing this audit. So this audit was just a review of the whole process to make sure we had all the measures in place, checks and balances in place to prevent this from happening or flag it ahead of time if it happened in the future, because God knows something can happen to the program, right?
And then, has this or will this be sent to that teachers union so they have some sort of confidence moving forward?
It has not by us, but it's sent to the school side. The school finance side has it, which we'll be sharing that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And again, you do a great job with your staff, Sean. Payroll is not easy and there is a lot of room for error. So, like you said, hats off to them.
very good, thank you. That concludes the presentations. We're moving now to citizens' comments. This section of citizen comments is limited to agenda items only. Citizens have 5 minutes to speak. We have a sign-up sheet that we'll ask in order. If you could please state your name and your address and which item that you're speaking with. And first we have Dan King.
Good evening. My name is Dan King, 20 North Capabo Drive in Bradford. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bradford Community Association, previously known as the Greater Bradford Community Development Association. Too many words, so we shortened it up. I want to speak on the Finance Board's proposal to cut funding in this year's budget to the Bradford Sports Complex. The note said that the board eliminated $500,000 to the proposed for the Bradford Recreation Complex by the town manager's budget. The consensus of the members of the board was that the project has already seen a significant town capital investment. It certainly has. Several councils, I believe 3 councils, have contributed to a restricted fund for this project. I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, I'm going to ask you for more support, but I wanted to show just express the appreciation for the support to build this facility. And as of right now, pretty much what we're calling phase 1 is done. Not done. is in process. The playscape, I believe, has been ordered, at least the contract order is in place. Permitting and engineering work is being done to build the parking lot, install the universally accessible playscape, generally for younger children, a bathroom facility, essential utilities, infrastructure, some earth moving progress, and it should start, I guess we're hoping this spring, maybe summer. Might even be cutting the ribbon by fall. Let's hope so. I'm psyched over this thing. It's exciting for everybody in Wesley. This is a different playground. It's universally accessible. It's hard to match. You can get mobility equipment on it. I'm just excited for everybody in Wesley, and especially people with disability mobility issues who had to go to Groton or to Warwick to get a facility where they could interact, be physically active in a playground, socially interact with other kids outside of an academic environment. All good stuff. So what's this $500,000 about? This would be the next phase, or maybe phase 1.2. It would be to fund basketball courts. There's very few public basketball courts in Westerly. There's a need townwide, and a multi-purpose court to support tennis, pickleball, street hockey. It's a very multi-use kind of piece of equipment. That's pretty much almost half of the total project. That leaves the senior citizens last again, I guess, but exercise station, walking paths for seniors. Yeah, exercise station kind of rehab kind of thing. And a lot of work on the back end of the property to restore a drainage issue that from lack of maintenance has created some problems back there. And there's also in the plan for some bicycle tracks, pump tracks, the skateboard track, kind of a scaled down skateboard track for smaller kids. This is not something that's going to compete or take away from White Rock. White Rock is the skateboard facility in town, but this is kind of a local, because younger kids, less competitive. So my impression of the finance board, all good intentions, but as they expressed, they didn't have a whole lot of time to work on this. I don't think they appreciated the scope and the magnitude of this project. It's not a Bradford playground. The committee that put this plan together could have done that in about 2 weeks. You know, we wanted something bigger for the town of Wesley. I just wanted to read for the just the purpose of the project that was just contractor was just issued the beta that the purpose of this project is to develop a universally accessible playground at the former Bradford Elementary School. The playground design will be barrier-free, ADA compliant, and feature areas of play offering unique play features, rehabilitation equipment, nature-based and garden landscape experiences for both children and adults born out of universally accessible principles.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider restoring that funding to the
Thank you.
budget.
Next on the sign-up sheet is Joanne Satterley.
Hi, my name is Joanne Satterley. I live on 50 Maxon Hill Road in Ashway. Thank you. I'm not a taxpayer, but I do belong to the board of the Bradford Community Association with Dan. I attended the April 2nd Finance Committee meeting where a discussion of possible decreased funding for the former Bradford School project occurred. A brief timeline, as you all know, began with the demolition of the Bradford Elementary School in 2022. Then in 2024, a beta group regarding improvement of the land where the former school and surrounding fields currently stand. The plan is posted at the site and viewed by residents and non-residents. I must say, I was in awe at first look of the posted project, knowing Bradford's history as a bit of an outsider community of Westerly. A preliminary agreement made at that point was for funding. I believe it's in the area of $1.65 million. We were told that groundbreaking would occur soon in 2026. A concern has arisen that the Finance Board has recommended a $500,000 cut, which is presented to you, the members of the Westerly Town Council. It has been brought to our attention that capital budget for a Westerly sewer treatment overhaul is taking precedent as other capital budget issues have. And this is why the money would be taken away from the project. A town-funded open, I am here to voice my opposition to any planned money being removed. A town-funded open space activity improvement project from the savings from the school taken down, as planned, moves the community toward a higher level of family involvement, healthy outlets, and socialization. The plans for a playground, tennis, pickleball, basketball, walking paths, aesthetic gardens, as planned, moves the community toward a higher level of family involvement, healthy outlets, and socialization, which I said. The plans for playground, at a time where millennials, Gen X, Y, and Z are captivated by social media, video games, and phones, this project will lend itself to a healthy outlet for adolescents and young adults. In addition, the project is planned as multi-generational, as you know, including baby boomers and older individuals who, according to state and local demographics, are third to half of the population. And it is a growing group, and the growing group will enjoy the gardens and walking paths at a time when health statistics show that heart disease and stroke are the major causes of and sedentary lifestyle and isolation as leading causes of death in our country. It is proven that frequent exercise lessens the incidence of cardiac disease and improves the likelihood of longevity. Improvement of both physical and mental health is provided in open space by promoting reduced stress and reducing isolation through physical activity. This endeavor will provide inclusivity where anyone, regardless of age, race, culture, or beliefs, are equally embraced. The plan enhances property values by making Bradford more attractive to families via the areas within the project providing activities for all ages with sustainable, strong equipment and grounds. In short, it is a draw for families and individuals to have a place where they can freely and healthfully gather. The project goes beyond people of Bradford. The area will be utilized by any and all in the surrounding areas. Keep the Bradford School project going as planned with the funding promised for the sake of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maurice Devine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Morris Devine. I've lived in Westerly for the greater part of my 62 years. President Duhamel, Vice President Shalaba, fellow councilors, Town Manager Lacy, Solicitor Conley, Town Clerk LeBlanc, Town Sergeant Falcone, fellow citizens and guests of our community. I'm appreciative of this opportunity to speak this evening. I appear before you as a private citizen with some observations on a couple of items that are on our agenda this evening. As published, they are item 6 in toto and item 8, I believe, B. Regarding item 6, item 6A1, which is, I believe, the original proposed flag ordinance. There was a lot of good work in this. And I think it should be looked at, adopted, and passed, as is. There's been a little bit of confusion as to something that appears in the definitions section under town seal and also pennants. It's a definition of a pennant. Some towns and organizations have flags and pennants, perhaps the fire department or an old historical militia company, the church, something like that. If you have them, you may fly them on certain days under 36 US Code 1. It doesn't mean that you have to run out and purchase them. So I think that all that language that's in there is good, because there may be presidential proclamations by the governor or whatever, to add other days when the flag should be shown, the pennant should be shown. If you have them, fly them on those days. Just remember, if you have a pennant, no pennant flies higher than the national flag, with the exception of a pennant that's there on days when worship services are going on, and that there is either a ranking chaplain or someone is designated to perform those services. So well done on to the people that actually developed that. I'd urge you to pass that as is, and then also in addition to 36 US Code Title I, we also have 4 US Code 1.6 and also 36 US Code 175 that all address basically the same thing. But some are applicable to municipalities, some to civilians, some to secular or religious organizations, and others even to state parks and federal buildings. So well done on that. Please reconsider. And that's all that I have to add on that one. Regarding 8B and a lot of the related concerns in several communities about housing policies, laws, whatever, that are being developed, and also zoning. A lot of times, especially those of us in outlying communities, we're away from the hubbub of Providence, Cranston, Warwick, and the like. Ideas on what we should be doing with housing or zoning or development, sometimes, I'll actually probably hazard most of the time, do not fit well in our outlying communities with those templates. You know, a one-size-fits-all approach by the state doesn't necessarily work. Time and time again, we hear people in town, what are these people thinking about, or whatever. When it comes to this, where did this idea come from? Don't they know that it doesn't work here? Local authority should be able to determine what is best for our town. You people know what's best for our town, our communities, our neighborhoods, the character and the charm. Please do your best to preserve that. Pass the resolution, endorse the joint municipal statement, join with some of the other communities in the state that are resisting. They're not making a foul gesture to the state. They're just saying, wait a minute, not all of this in here works. We should have the lead on things like this. Preserve Westerly as it is so that it doesn't eventually become something that looks like a smaller version of Warwick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the people that have signed up. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak, you're welcome at this time. Please state your name and address.
Ben Weber, 3 Blossom Court, Chair of the Harbor Management Commission, here on my own accord tonight. Here to speak about the executive session. I see it's on the agenda again. And I'm just going to repeat myself like a broken record over and over again. To remind you, there was a charter amendment passed for a reason, so that any interest in rights of ways cannot be abandoned or given up. Why does this keep getting put on the executive session? I don't know. What could you possibly be hiding back there talking about? Negotiations have already occurred. 2008. Negotiations happened. Decision was made. It was memorialized in writing. in a contract. That's a contract. Both sides agreed. If you guys don't know that, then you guys didn't do your homework. And the voters put you there to do that homework. I came up here numerous times telling you where that homework is. It's right in your own minutes downstairs. I laid it out for you. Yet, we went to a hearing and we spent a lot of money on doing surveys and all that to find a road that doesn't matter. A road that's gone 3 times over. A road that was never going to be a road because we already tried that. So instead of doing that, we developed a right of way. It's all laid out on a plat. It's got dimensions and everything. It's pretty. If you ever took a look at it. It's unmistakable. It's in perpetuity. Pedestrian traffic on that right of way from Bay Street to Navitri Point in perpetuity. How more clear can you get? But now we want to muddy the waters and try to find a road that doesn't exist anymore after a town council already decided that they weren't going to look for it. And both sides agreed to it. Over and over and over again, I've stood up here. We've done the research. We kicked over every rock. I know exactly where Fort Road was. It's not on the survey. I know exactly where it was when they moved it illegally the second time in their parking lot. That's why it got moved a third time, so that they could put the parking lot in. That's why the right of way is where it is now. The only reason we could be talking about this is because you guys aren't understanding this, that we're not talking about a road. We're talking about a right of way. As a matter of fact, you had an ordinance that said there's never going to be a road built out there. So why are we talking about a road? Please tell me how this makes any sense whatsoever at all. The cost. I don't get it. Every single time. What could you possibly go in that back room and talk about? Nothing that makes any sense whatsoever at all. He should have been able to get this squashed for you guys way back when. It's nothing more than a slap suit. They're bullying another owner for their rights to access their property. The problem is you guys aren't taking a stand that you guys are the owner. That's the biggest problem. Neither is the state. Have a good night.
Go through. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. William Nardone, and I'm here to speak on agenda item 7, the resolution that was on your agenda at the last meeting. And at the risk of repeating myself, it's actually a very simple request to the town council that you approve this resolution, which would allow for an application to the licensing board for a license to serve alcoholic beverages within 200 feet of a place of public worship. We're talking about 102 Granite Street. The place of public worship is in the building next door. It's actually a Mormon church. And just for a point of information, their services are Sunday morning from 10 to 11. That's it. And there's available Bible study from 11 to 12 on Sunday. Those are the hours that the church operates. The state of Rhode Island has a statute, which I think you're familiar with. I've been before this council and others asking for exemptions. There have been 3 exemptions recently in the town of Westerly. There are 68 exemptions throughout the state, which allow for alcoholic beverages to be served within 200 feet of a place of public worship. Those exemptions touch every single city or town in Rhode Island, including Westerly. The 3 most recent in Westerly are Stick and Finn on Main Street, Cinder on Main Street, and there's actually one in the shopping center that this church is located in. There are actually a couple of liquor licenses there already, and they, one is a subject of an exemption, one was pre-existing. The license application process, in the event that you pass the resolution, it goes to the General Assembly, and if the General Assembly sees fit to pass it, then the individual, the corporation, the LLC can apply for a license for this location. Now that application process, if any of you are familiar with it, is not as simple as you might think. It goes, first of all, we have to go through the Rhode Island Division of Taxation, Rhode Island Secretary of State. Then we have to apply to the Town Licensing Board. They're the ones that issue the license. Your vote tonight is not to issue a license. It's not to approve a license. It's to approve an opportunity for someone to apply for a license after they follow all the necessary steps. Another point of information, we have sent a notice a couple of months ago to the church, the main office in New York, and there's been no response. And right, wrong, or indifferent, I take no response as tacit agreement. The church was also notified in other instances when there was an application for a license in that shopping center. And my understanding and checking the minutes that there was never a response from the church one way or the other, from this particular church. So what we're asking for is that you approve the resolution so that the process can follow the typical chain and go through the legislature and then go through the licensing board. We just think it's patently unfair for the process to be stopped at this level. This ordinance, this resolution is really, it's an economic development ordinance. And it's a ordinance in support of small business. And we request that you give it your most serious consideration and approve the resolution so we can go forward with the process and take our chances at the appropriate board, which can or cannot grant the license. Thank you.
Mr. Nardone, before you run away for a second, not run away, but it's customary practice when an attorney appears before the town council that they identify who they're representing. I hear the "we" coming out a lot, but I'm not quite sure who you're referring to when you say "we."
I represent 102 Granite Street LLC, the principal of which is Jeffrey Pucci, who's here with me this evening. He will be the applicant. The property is owned by Cozy LLC, and it's no secret I've been representing that company for years in the development of that shopping center area.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this time? If so, please come to the podium. Seeing none? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton.
How you doing? My name's Chris Stanton. I'm recently on the financial board. I just want to give you all a thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve on your financial board as to be able to help guide the best way we can. As is definitely noted, I am new to this. I am a contractor locally, so I'm used to working with budgets and numbers. I like Haley, I also enjoy the numbers. They're fun for me. So just wanted to quickly address Council LaPetra that we did actually find the 2.7 from 2025 capital school, and that's what we were lightly suggesting that they maybe use that for this year's capital. Not that we want to council and ILO to garbage the capital, but we also didn't see the intelligence or the good idea of having them come out of their funds for their functional budgets, because then that would put a deficit in their funds eventually, long term. Either way, I wanted to thank you all, and I also want to thank Manager Lacy for everything his team had put together for us. They were very, very helpful. So I want to introduce myself and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none. Council's response, up to 5 minutes per counselor. Anybody? Councilor Vandover?
Thank you all for coming out. We'll take into consideration the budget cut for the Bradford Rec Department. We're going to go through that and try to figure out how to make this all work. So thank you for your support there of it, bringing it to our attention. Mr. Devine, I agree with you on the zoning regs. We will lose our ability to stay in control of what our town wants. Local control over our own destiny. The state wants to take control of that, and that is a very dangerous precedence. We will have no control over what happens here if we don't start fighting back or buckling down on what we need to do in order to keep control of what happens here. So I agree with you. Ben, no hat, spring must be here. I don't think I've ever seen you without one. I don't know if you're still in the building. It's a good look on you. Anyway, thank you, Fort Road, again, an ongoing battle. You know where I sit with that. I'm all for it. So thank you for that. And Attorney Nardone, thank you for coming. You answered some of my questions with whether the church was asked or not. And I'm glad that you did reach out to them because I think that they should have a say in all of this. But in my understanding, this building was supposed to be used for something else. It was supposed to be used originally, I believe, for a repair shop, if I remember correctly. And I know there's some people from the planning board in here that could probably answer that. And now you're looking at it as a bar and a restaurant. I just wonder how it went from that to that. And we will be addressing it, I'm sure, and discussing it more at length up here. So I just was curious how that happened. All right, thank you all for coming out.
Any other councilors' response? Councilor Healy?
Thank you all for coming. Mr. Devine, I agree with both. Mr. Weber, thank you for coming. We always take into consideration what you say. Mr. Stanton, thank you for your hard work. I want to echo what you're saying, what Daryl said, and what Mike, myself, and Rose said in all of your interviews, and that is the importance of having the finance board more involved year-round. So I know that is music to our ears to hear that you guys are up for that. It is on our agenda item request right now, so I believe that there's the majority in favor of that. I don't see why there wouldn't be up here. So I am very much in favor of that. Excuse me, Mr. Nardone, you have my vote. And then the Bradford rec topic. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out to see Bradford being represented. I am also in Bradford, not too far away from Councilor Aiello. I was on the ad hoc committee for this. I want this and it's going to happen. Everything that was listed by Mr. King, and I believe yourself as well, Joanne, is all happening. Everything is happening. We are hoping that late fall, early winter, that phase one will be done. That brings us halfway through this current budget cycle. So we are very much able to hold off on that $500,000 till next budget without, it's not a cut. It's not, you're not losing we're not losing anything. This is a Westerly thing. We're not losing anything. We're not losing any equipments, anything. It's simply just, hey, let's not do the basketball court in the winter time. When this time comes around in March, it'll be approved. Hopefully it will. Realistically it will. And then the basketball courts can be going. The gentleman that I was going to direct this to unfortunately left. So I would actually like your guys' help. Advocating for a basketball court is extremely important to me. We have a basketball court in Bradford right now that is under lock and key. A private entity will not allow the children or the residents to use this basketball court. It is an extremely important thing for all of Bradford, and it is something that our rec department used very, very frequently to be able to entertain the children on Bowling Lane and close by. That is something that the children are bringing to me as well as their parents. They want this opened. I've brought all of this to the town manager and we are just hitting brick wall after brick wall, trying to get something as simple as a lock undone and a weed whacker. So please help me continue to advocate for outdoor rec, not only in Bradford, but in Westerly as well. We're going to be seeing more of that on Tower Street, so we're going to need your support there as well. But it's a blanket statement. Our rec department, our outdoor rec needs our help. It's what one of my biggest focuses when we go into this budget is increasing their line item for rec activities and stuff along those lines. So you guys have my undying support for this complex. I believe in it to the highest extent, and I can't wait to utilize it and see all of us there utilizing it as well. So please know that my support of the finance department does not come, I'm sorry, the finance board does not come because I want to cut anything. It is purely a fiscal decision just for this budget year. Thank you all again for coming out.
Thank you. Council Shalaba?
Thank you all for coming. I appreciate everything you said. I just want to clarify something. It is not a $500,000 cut for Bradford. We have given Bradford $1.7 million. We're just in the beginnings of phase one. We have a lot to still go through with phase one. And until we finish phase one and know what's going on, then we could talk about possibly funding more monies for phase two or whatever else is needed. But since phase one is ongoing and you have $1.7 million, it doesn't make sense at the moment to throw more money at a project that we don't even know the money that we're spending yet. But I just wanted to just clarify, it is not a cut. Thank you.
Councilor Petra?
If I could, I'd like to ask Mrs. Stanton just a brief, maybe even a brief yes, no question.
Not
for the
doing
record.
dialogues, please.
I'd like him to answer for, just for the
You
record.
can throw it out there and we can see if there's an answer later.
Okay. The 2.7 million that the finance board has identified as unused school capital, that's added service above and beyond what they've claimed to be a part of their fund balance? Just a yes, no. Correct? Mary, that's a affirmative on that. I'd like to enter that into the record. The other thing, the other speaker I'd like to address is Mr. Rick Devine. Rick is 100% right. Rick is often right, but when it comes to different towns trying to develop the same way, I don't know how you can think that anything using the Situate Reservoir as a water supply could identify the same way as, say, Charleston, which is dependent on wells. It doesn't make any sense. And if we don't finally take a stand and start using our own planning boards and our own home rule, we're doomed. And a lot of towns, a lot of outlying towns are going to be doomed with us. There's one unfair practice, and the number one thing we have to do is, if we're going to go by this ridiculous 10% mandate where they require 10% of our housing to be LMI, we have to get rid of the deed restriction requirement, because it doesn't accurately reflect how much low to moderate income housing we have in this town. That has to change, that part of the law. And also, if we even want to have a planning board, if we can't let our planning boards and our local towns do our job, and I had this argument, and every town council was started when Ed Marone was president, and I asked him if he was the president who wanted to end home rule, and Ed probably was the president who wanted to end home rule, but it's not going to happen. And it could happen, but if we join together, all these towns join together and fight back and say, hey, we can't do the same things the same way the Providence does it. It isn't fair. We don't have the same resources. If we develop in the same way, our towns are done. So I would hope that we take this more seriously than any agenda item we have on the agenda tonight, tomorrow, or for the rest of the year, because this would change our town forever.
Thank you. Counselor Aiello.
Thank you. Trying to go through these in order. I was trying to make notes as people spoke. Dan King, thank you for talking about the recreation complex. And I wholeheartedly agree, as I'm sure you know. And there is no reason to delay this, especially since Finance Board said this is easy. You could easily add 800,000 and not even impact the tax rate. As everybody knows, it's a multi-year project. And some of the new folks on the Finance Board aren't as informed or been made aware of a lot of the efforts and the planning that went into this and all the public input. So it was originally estimated close to 6 million as a total project cost. Multi-year, obviously, we're not going to do it all in 1 year. Construction-wise, that would be hard to do anyway. So it's phased in, loosely called phase 1, phase 2. And so it was supposed to start as soon as weather broke. But we were told from Beta is we're going to see the action, providing there's no hiccups from DEM, which nobody anticipated because there's been ongoing conversations with DEM. So I anticipate breaking ground June, and I was told that it would be done by the end of summer, this portion. So, and which could include the courts well before winter. And so if no funding is put in, that means the entire year we're going to go with nothing moving forward. And so this is a universally accessible area for everybody, not just one community, or I should say the community of Westerly as a whole. And there's a need for women basketball courts. There's a need for pickleball, multi-use courts. There's a need for the multi-age aspects of things. You know, it was decided to go with the full, the playscape type of equipment. You're gonna have the port in place surface. So you want to do that all at one time. There'll be a restroom facility in the parking and the infrastructure. You have some site prep in that area that needs to be done. So the concept was to each year do things to keep it moving forward. We've all seen what happens when you stop something. You're lucky to get it restarted. So, it was originally $1 million in there from the manager. But, you know, not to throw stones, but apparently, you know, influenced by the council president to reduce. So, but in light of everything, and that was before I saw all the other projects in town, 500, you know, that keeps the ball rolling, that gets these courts in there. And you have to do it, it's not just a simple resurfacing of the courts, you got to build them from ground up. So, so I do not want to see that stopped. And I, hopefully, the majority of the council sees that, the need for it townwide. I was getting calls before, we need more basketball, we need this and we need that, and the universal accessibility of the playground. We have a lot of folks of different ages who need that. And I'll talk more about what Mr. Nardone said when we get to that agenda item. And Ben, it's always a pleasure to see you, but I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying. I think he left. Solicitor's been working very hard for the town of Westerly, for the people of Westerly. And the council isn't ignoring anyone or not doing their job. And thank you for Chris Stanton. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for being on the finance board. And hopefully we can iron out any kinks as we go along. And Ms. Slatterly. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Very eloquent speaker. Thank you very much for coming and saying that. Again, thank you all.
Thank you. Councilor Niemeyer, you want to add?
Sure, I'll be brief. I just want to thank everyone for coming out to advocate for your community. Your inputs will be taken to heart. And I'll give a special thank you to Mr. Stanton for the work you and the finance board have done. Again, we appreciate your volunteerism. Thank you.
I'll conclude with council's response. There are a couple of things the Bradford will definitely look at. I want to see where the permitting is on that. It's my understanding that there's no septic permit yet. There's no stormwater permit yet. So those are the minor things that have to be done in order to begin. The town council has funded last year. We raised $1.2 million within our budget to support this project, totaling $1.7 million. So yeah, we want to keep going with this. It's just we want to do it responsibly. This is a tough year. I said that when the finance board was in front of us. We'll have plenty of time to look at what the finance board has come up with and what can be funded, what can't be funded. We have plenty of time to look at the school fund balance, unaffiliated fund balance. So that would potentially justify what the finance board has completed, but there's lots of debate that's going to happen. We've got 5 meetings. I encourage the school department, the school committee, the neighborhood, the Bradford neighborhood to attend our meetings and to have more input, more dialogue. I wasn't trying to stop the dialogue. There'll be 5 meetings in order to go back and forth and ask every question. It's just the format. We have a lot more time when we have a full dedicated meeting to that. So I look forward to that coming up, starting this Thursday in this chamber at this DS. That's that. The work that Mr. Weber is referring to with the solicitor. I would hate to drop our case and let it just go to court without a strong defense. And I don't think anybody in town would recommend that. So I appreciate what Solicitor Conley in his office is doing to protect the same interest. We're all on the same side as this. I don't know why the attitude that we're slowing things down for Mr. Weber, but it takes this much effort, and that's unfortunate for the taxpayers. I think I touched on everything. Yeah, appreciate the council and the effort that they've done over the last review of the finance board. Thank you, Chris, for joining our finance board, and thank you for sticking with us over the next month. So thank you all for listening. I want to conclude the citizens' comments and move on to the consent calendar. First, our approval of minutes, regular minutes of 3/16/26. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, I'll motion to approve, but I want to make a comment after, if somebody seconds it. All right. I'm gonna approve them because I know we didn't have our regular clerk here that night, but some comments were missing from 7A and 8A regarding the see, I had it. 7A was regarding the flag ordinance, and 8A was regarding what Mr. Nardone talked about. There, no amendments were listed for 7A, and then 8A, there was, the only thing that was mentioned was Mr. Nardone explained his requested exemption, but I'm going to approve it, but I can live with those comments not being in there, but when things are amended, I think they're normally listed in the minutes. And then all the items that we had requested for 8A to be included for this agenda tonight weren't listed. But again, I know you weren't here, so we'll cut it slack for tonight. I mean, it's just in the future, have those things included. Thank you.
Any other comments on the minutes? 3/16/26. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose. I'm not opposed. I abstain. I wasn't here.
One abstention, 6-0-1. Next, executive minutes on 2/9/26 sealed. Do you have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved and seal the minutes. Discussion?
I'm going to abstain.
Yeah, we could go for a roll call on that.
You want a roll call vote? Council Aiello?
Excuse me. I abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Chair votes yes, 4-3. 4-0 to 3 abstentions.
So we rename those the Democratic Party executive minutes? going forward?
Sure. And the Republicans
We can
still.
list- We can list it.
Republican, no party.
Just like the Bah Humbug crew that we are.
Well, just remember there's an independent here too, Chris.
I counted you with that.
Thank you, Bill.
Gave you a compliment. Fiscal matters, there are none. Resignations and appointments. Resignation of Zachary Garceau, Wesley 250th Commission for the semi-quincentennial. Do I have a motion to accept?
Motion to accept with regret.
I'll second that.
Motion to accept with regret, seconded by Councilor Healy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Garceau, for your service. Next is Rice Johnston, Economic Development Commission, resignation.
Motion to accept.
I'll second that.
With regret.
Motion to accept with regret. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Johnstone. Next are appointments, Board of Canvassers that the chair has to put forth. Having received lists from the respective chairpersons, Democratic and Republican town committees, first I nominate Mr. Richard Smith, currently serving as an alternate for full membership on the Board of Canvassers. Motion of Mr. Smith.
Point of clarification, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Aiello, Council Aiello.
Yeah, it says, isn't it customary to give first consideration to a reappointment? I'm just asking.
He is a reappointment. He's an alternate.
He's alternate going to a full. That's not reappointment. Is there a full member?
Yes, Jeb Masterson.
That's my question. If there's a full member seeking reappointment, is it customary to do that first? Or no? I know this one is different because you got the state law involved.
Yeah, I'm nominating Mr. Richard Smith to move as an alternate, from alternate to full membership for the Board of Canvassers. Is there a vote that's needed or poll vote?
Yeah, we need a vote.
Council Vandover,
No.
Council Petra,
No.
Mr. Salaba.
Yes.
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 Can we have
Counselor
a
Yellow?
discussion?
Yeah, I would have liked to know the other person.
Yeah, can we
There's
discuss?
there's 2 letters in there with 5 nominations that we've got like 4 or 5 weeks ago. We all know those 5 people. If we don't, then we're not reading it.
Thank you for the interjection.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there was no discussion. We should have discussion.
Mr. Aiello, would you like to vote?
If you're not going to allow discussion, then no.
Chair votes yes.
No discussion? We
Mr.
can't have a
Smith is
discussion?
approved.
Is there discussion on this? though?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Can we have a
Nomination
discussion?
that the chair has to put forth.
Right. We don't have any say in this, though. State law says it.
Well, that's incorrect. We should have had it's too late now. We should have had a discussion. We voted. We can't rewind the clock. We don't have a time machine here, so go on, Chris. What's next?
Thank you, Ms. Councilor Petra. Next, I nominate Mr. Jeff Kennedy for reappointment as an alternate member of the Board of Canvassers, as auxiliary alternate member of the Board of Canvassers. Full vote?
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
Yes.
Council President votes yes. Finally, I nominate Mr. Henry Boniger to fill the alternate seat of the Board of Canvassers recently vacated by Mr. Smith.
Time out. Hold on. You can't move him forward according to state. State says there is a process. You have to bring forth 5 members to be appointed to this spot. We just can't move. We're skipping a step.
We have 5. They submitted a brand new letter.
On March 23rd, 2026.
This is a separate vote. It's 2 separate votes. It's 2 separate seats.
The wording has both alternate. The Republicans sent in 2 letters on their own accord. The Democrats sent in 1 letter as a joint letter. Does not need to be 2 different letters. That was just on the Republicans that made that. choice.
I beg to differ with you. I think the state says we can't do it that way. We have
Should we
to
talk
have.
to the solicitor?
Yes, please. That was my next question. Mr. Solicitor, if you wouldn't mind piping in here, that'd be great.
Please, Mr. Connolly, if you would help us.
I've not seen either one of the letters, but what I've listened to in terms of description, it would appear that the statute is being followed, that the chairs of the town committees sent in their list for each one of the open positions, and the council president nominates from that list for each of the open positions. So it sounds like whether or not one committee sends in separate letters for each position, 3 or 4, or whether all the positions come in a single letter is both would comply with the statute, assuming that's how it happened.
Mr. President, I have a question for the solicitor, if I may.
Please.
I now that we have 2 Democrats and 1 Republican on the main board, the 1 alternate is a Republican. So I think I'm correct in saying even though it's 3-2, whatever it is now, that the other alternate has to be a Democrat. Is that correct, Mr. Solicitor? Because one of them is a Republican, or can it be either one? No, I'm not correct in that. So if one alternate is a Republican already, the other one can also be a Republican?
No.
Well, that's what I asked. So,
Yeah, you're right.
so, okay, so the other one has to be, so it has to be a Democrat,
You're
the
right.
one we nominate here.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Petra. Any other discussion? Poll vote for Mr. Boniger. Councilor Vandover.
No.
Yes.
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 Yeah, I know him, yes.
Okay. He voted yes, Councilor Ailes, yes, and Chair votes yes. Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Moving now to the appointment chair. Councilor Healy, if you could go through the next list
Sure.
of
I'll
appointments.
Start at 2C, the Economic Development Commission. The Appointments Subcommittee actually had to reschedule the interview due to illness, so we're going to skip over that one for this evening. For the Licensing Board, the Appointments Subcommittee nominates Jason Abate for the full seat. Can I do both full and auxiliary, or should we just separate those? Separate, okay. So we nominate Jason Abate for the full seat on the Licensing Board.
Very good. All in favor of Jason Abate?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Abate.
Also for the Licensing Board, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates Angela Thoman Miller for the alternate seat.
All in favor of Angela Thoman Miller?
Full vote.
Aye.
No.
Full vote?
Yeah.
Council Van Dover?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 I'm abstaining on this one.
Chair votes yes. Thank you, Ms. Angela Miller.
For the Multicultural Committee, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates Diane Bowdy.
All in favor of Diane Bowdy for the Multicultural Committee?
No.
Aye.
Another poll vote?
Go ahead.
Council Van Dover?
No.
No, we vote in discussion. I don't want discussion. No, never mind.
No.
She's a perfect fit. Yes.
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 Council Yellow?
I'm abstaining. I want to see that committee about dissolved, and they can be appointed.
Okay.
It's not on the agenda.
Moving on for the planning.
Chair votes
the
yes.
Appointment
They can be appointed to the Neighbor Day Committee.
For the Planning Board, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates Patrick Ahern Lemp.
I am going to recuse from the planning board appointments.
I'm a yes.
Council Shalaba?
All those in favor of Patrick Ahern, or do we want to do a poll vote?
Full vote. Go for it.
A poll vote?
I'm a yes.
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 And I'm actually going to vote no. I think somebody else is more qualified at this point. Thank you.
There are no nominations for the weigher of coal and other merchandise. For the Municipal Land Trust, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates Dr. Beck Straw.
All those in favor of Dr. Beck Straw?
Aye.
Aye.
Dr. who? Beck Straw?
Beck Straw, S-T-R-A-A.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, the poll vote, I thought one abstention was heard.
Yeah.
I abstain.
Yes.
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 Chair votes yes, so there's 6 and 1 abstention.
For
Thank you,
the-
Dr. Straw.
For the Westerly Housing Committee, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates Benjamin Keep for reappointment.
Oh, Benjamin Keep for reappointment of the Wesley Housing Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Keep.
And lastly, for the Westerly 250th Commission, the Appointment Subcommittee nominates James Wolfe.
James Wolf, the 250th Commission.
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wolf. That concludes the appointments. Moving now to public hearings. 6A, this was advertised on 3/28/26 for this time, a proposed ordinance. An ordinance establishing policy for the display of flags and symbols by the town of Westerly, discussion and possible action.
Make a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion of public hearing, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
We are now in a public hearing. First, I'll open up the podium. Anybody in the public that would like to speak on the proposed ordinance regarding display of flags? Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, still Dan King, still 20 North Capalbo Drive. I had, but I have some questions that I hope you'll answer in the comment period afterwards about the about the document as presented. There's no reference in the scope to talk about symbols or pennants, only flags. So if that's the case, and it's not going to address symbols or pennants, is it my First Amendment right to fly any bloody symbol I want on a town flag, on a town flagpole? It's not covered. Another question would be, if only official flags are allowed to be flown on town property, does that mean the de facto town flag for the last 50 years or so that's flying on the front of this building is now illegal? I can't imagine the citizens of this town would agree with that position. And the third question is, does this mean the Westerly Police Department, does this mean they can no longer fly their flag on that triple flag installation at the police station? Or is that a pennant where they can fly anything they want? This document is full of holes. It needs a major rewrite. And I hope you will take a second look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to the proposed ordinance? Seeing none. Entertain a motion.
And I'd like to add a couple of things so that if anybody from the public wishes to speak again, they can. So I'd like to do it during the public hearing.
So, okay.
And to help incorporate some of what the original ordinance said and what Mr. King had spoken about. The paragraph C1 on the second, what number is that on the agenda? Let's see. The proposed ordinance, we want to add right after where it says C, policy. We want to take the old paragraph C, definition of symbols and pennants, and include subparagraph 1, official symbols that may be displayed, official seal of the town of Westerly or its departments, i.e. police department logo of the town of Westerly. And then can you see, did you find that?
Put
No,
your
yeah.
mic on.
There's two different, well, let me go to the online version.
We're looking at the original proposed ordinance, Bill.
Yeah, let me,
So,
C1 under the original ordinance had listed official seal of the town of Westerly or its departments, i.e. police department logo of the town of Westerly.
it's not on the proposed, so you have the proposed. Proposed is the first one. So we want to take from the original and put it, the proposed one is what we agreed to last meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
So
yes.
but we want to incorporate the symbols. We want to incorporate the symbols. We took out the pennant paragraphs, but we inadvertently took out the town seal. So we just cut and paste from the original ordinance, paragraph C1. C, definition of symbols and pennants, you can scratch and pennants, and then subparagraph 1, official symbols that may be displayed, official seal of the town of Westerly or its departments, i.e. police department logo of the town of Westerly. Insert that under B, that becomes paragraph C, definition of symbols.
No. Under C. Under C. Yep.
On the new one, under
Point of clarification, if I
Change.
may.
Let's let
All
one
right,
council
go
speak
ahead,
at a
yeah.
time.
change, that would go right, instead of C policy, policy would be renumbered D. All right.
Right.
Add a new C, yeah, add a new C. And renumber the subsequent paragraphs, D, E, F. So it's really not anything new. It's what they intended initially. So we'd be included in the symbols. I know there were a lot of discussion about pendants and how do you define it, so we leave that out for now. It can always be readdressed later if we need to. But the simplest thing, so that we can cover the police department and the official seal of the town, and then include this. That would be the first one that I propose a motion on.
Chris, may I?
And if you second it, then we can have a,
Yeah,
Discussion.
I'll second that.
Could you clarify where that is
Sure.
again? C?
in the proposed ordinance, the first one, insert it right before C policy.
Yes.
So this would be the new paragraph C. Policy would become paragraph D.
Chris, may
And you just copy and paste in the old paragraph C1 into the new one.
For clarity, let's,
That
if
works?
we could state
You know,
the new paragraph C. Just
yeah, the new paragraph C would be definition of symbols. Subparagraph 1, official symbols that may be displayed. And under that, official seal of the town of Westerly or its departments, i.e. police department logo of the town of Westerly. And that's taken right out of the original ordinance.
May I have a point of clarification.
I don't mind speak, but can we get one thing on the table at once? Then Council LaPetra, so do you have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, he wants to add back in, subsection, well, section C, subsection 1, official symbols that may be displayed, from the original. Was there a second? Was this a
Yes,
motion?
I second.
Yes, that was it.
I second.
Council Vandover.
And technically, that would be a motion to amend.
Right.
I just have a question on that. In regards to that, we have a section in the general ordinances, chapter 53, about seals and logos. And I just don't want this official seal to be confused with anything because it can only be used on official town documents. So I'm not quite sure what this means.
Well, that question should be answered.
That, I think part of this is to cover the police department flag that they have. They have the police and the town
Yeah, but
flag.
it says official seal of the town of Westerly or, so,
And I think right now is the town flag that we use, the de facto flag, is the white background with the town seal. Even though it wasn't officially, I guess officially, formally adopted as the town flag, but it's de facto over so many years. Doesn't mean it can't be changed in the future, but that's the one that's been used for decades and is currently in use. I think it was just to not change the portion of the ordinance that talks about seals, official seal, but to allow the use of the flag. I mean, yeah, this is all really talking about the flags, but if the solicitor or manager can add anything, I don't know. Mr. President, the solicitor?
Did you want to, Council LaPetra, did you want?
Yeah, I just want to know, I just want a point of clarification on what we're actually working off of, because the last meeting we had, and it was a motion by Mr. Nehemiah, seconded by myself, where we took off flag in connection with the presidential proclamation, and we took off flags associated with a celebration recognized under Chapter 1 of Title 36. And that's the ordinance we move forward, minus those two. And now I'm looking at this in the back. So I know we did that. I know that was Mr. Nehemiah's motion, and I know I seconded it. So where is that proposed ordinance?
Not the original, going by the proposed in the main agenda item.
All right, the one that we voted to move forward and advertise to move forward to this meeting is not on my computer right now. So is that somewhere on the agenda, the one that we actually voted on as a council, move forward?
They proposed ordinance.
Please, Mr. Nehemiah?
If I may, I'm sorry, I think you're correct. I don't recognize the motion I made. I know for a fact there's some things in here that are not in line with, I don't recall us taking out C in the first place. I don't, we added in having an official town flag as a potential item. That's not in here.
As a
anywhere.
placeholder for
As a
that spot, yeah,
placeholder,
I do
yeah.
remember that, but and I know we specifically got rid of that Title 36. I had about 80 flags in there. Half of them were just
Right.
ridiculous. How did that come back?
So I do,
It's not in there.
It's not in there.
First,
All
not the subparagraph.
This is the
one.
draft.
All
You
right.
See the draft?
right, so when you're talking about amending something, Mr. Aiello, are you talking about amending what Council
The
Nehemiah?
proposed ordinance, which is what you got is,
Hang on one second, let me read.
and yes.
Point
I-
of order,
I-
we're working off of the
Yeah,
advertised
the advertised proposed
policy,
ordinance.
which may or may not equal what we voted on last 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well.
And we did take out that paragraph with the symbols and tenants. It did come out. And Mr. Conley, the solicitor, was going to tweak some of the other things because there was a few other places that had tenants and such. So, and did a good job with that. We did put placeholders in for official Town of Wesley flag in the list, but it somehow didn't get advertised with this, but that can be added without, we can add it tonight. And I have, that's my next one.
So under B1, official flag of the town of Wesley was going to be added under the Coast Guard heading.
We were working on the other motion first, if we can, Chris, and then
Okay.
I got another one for that.
Okay,
So the first motion to amend, which is seconded and we're in discussion about, is adding
definition of
Yeah.
symbols and pennants,
definitions of symbols, right?
official symbols that may be
Right.
displayed.
So that was the first one. And it's motion and seconded. There's been discussion, so we can vote on that if you like, Mr. President, and then we'll move on. I have another one for the Town of Wesley flag.
Okay, I like that progression. So, Councilor Aiello's motion to add under paragraph C1, definition of symbols and pennants, one, official symbols that may be displayed, the official seal of the town of Wesley or its departments, i.e. the police department logo of the town of Westerly. Are there anything more than that?
I think if we keep it simple, that's what they had. I think if we keep it simple for tonight,
Okay.
then that's the way to do it.
That was in last, 2
Right.
weeks ago's notice.
Yeah.
That was seconded by Council Van Dover.
Yep.
Further discussion? Yes.
I spoke with the veterans before the meeting because I wanted to clarify this up as well. And they expressed to me that after that official seal statement, and then of the town of Westerly, comma, flags and pennants were what they requested that we put on there. I don't know if that's what was intended again. I'm just reiterating what I was told, that they wanted that added on. And also, of course, the town flag, which you just asked
Yeah,
for. So
yeah.
I don't know. If we could get them to clarify, that would be great. Because it is their ordinance.
It was,
The veterans writing the ordinance or is the town
Well,
council?
they did deal with most of this.
Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
this original document was theirs.
I think we had a lot of discussion last time about the pennants, and we thought for now, it'd be best just to take it out for now,
Okay,
and then we can always readdress it. But
Mr. King? We discussed this in the back. What are your ideas on this, please?
The whole idea of the pennants was to allow town departments to fly their flags, in particular the police department.
So would you like us to put that back in there, flags and pennants? Or no?
Like you said, that this is your.
No, I understand that, but you guys wrote this originally, so what was your intention is my question.
To allow the town departments to fly flags on their buildings if they wanted to,
Does this,
like the police department does. now.
right, so, because we don't want them to
Want
not
to
fly
take a
their.
recess, Ms. Van Dover?
Nah, I
5-minute
thought it was,
recess?
it confused me now.
we're in the middle of a.
I thought this was,
Second.
Public hearing.
Second.
Yeah, it's a
All in
public
favor?
hearing.
I don't know.
Thank you, council, for giving us 5 minutes to straighten this out. We have a motion by Councilor Aiello, seconded by Councilor Vandover. Specific, it's not all the motions, but there's one to insert which was previously on for the, well, Councilor Aiello, you want to state it again?
Yes, it'll include the old paragraph C1. So it'll be, the new paragraph C will be definition of symbols. So paragraph 1, official symbols that may be displayed. Official seal of the town of Westerly or its departments, i.e. police department logo of the town of Westerly. Period.
Very good. And seconded by Councilor Vandover. Any discussion on that, this specific area? Seeing, hearing none. All in favor of that amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
And then the motion to amend paragraph B, definition of flags. At the bottom of that, well, wherever is appropriate on that list, add official flag of the town of Westerly, and in parentheses, current blue flag with the official town seal.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Councilor Petra. Amend section B1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment, second amendment passes. Are there any other amendments?
And they'll renumber the paragraphs accordingly.
Well, I would like to make a bold move of trying to pass this ordinance. So I will make a motion to pass the ordinance as is with both of Mr. Aiello's amendments.
Second.
Close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
And that's what I was gonna say next. Yes, sir.
Motion by Council Pizar,
Second.
close the public hearing, adopt the ordinance as amended, seconded by Council Shalaba. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Thank you very much. Council Aiello, Council.
I really want to thank the Rules of Honor Veterans Committee and we spent a lot of time on it, months working on this.
Yeah, thank you to the veterans for keeping an eye on this and not getting us in trouble. Thank you. The next item I am going to recuse, because my company has done business on that property, so Councilor Shalaba.
Okay, next item is number 7, unfinished business. The resolution in support of the exemption of Rhode Island General Laws 3-7-19 with regard to proximity of a liquor license to a regular place of worship, 102 Granite Street, AP 67, Lot 275. Discussion and possible action continued from 3/16/26. Is there any discussion?
Make a
Yeah,
motion
Yeah,
to
no,
approve.
discussion?
Yeah, after, I just need a second and we'll discuss.
I'll second that.
Okay. So motion by Counselor Healy, second by Counselor Vandover. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Up to you to recognize, or Bill, you want to go first, or?
I thought she waved to me, but
I'll go.
So
whoever you.
Counselor Aiello, please.
A few things. It's been mentioned that, this. I'm not going to put words in anybody's mouth, but this is really, low impact, yeah, the law may change or whatever. Doesn't really mean much, the impact is really with the licensing board. I beg to differ, and I'm going to explain a couple of things. And just to say too, that for the record, everything I asked for last meeting is not here. The school property is not identified on the map. And the applicant information wasn't included. It wasn't until Mr. Ardone.
I don't.
Yes, Sean?
Right.
I'm going to interrupt. I did the school, I purposely did not, but the school is outside of the 200-foot radius, so I did not. And you asked that specifically. And I said last week, it was outside of the 200-foot radius, and you said that was fine. So we built the map to showing the building.
I did not say that.
Okay, well, I believe, you may not, I know somebody did, and I said, if it's outside of the radius, I'm not going to show it. It's not within the 200 feet.
Well, I'd like the solicitor to comment on property lines and not show it. And I think this is the closest one we've had near a school. And wanted that identified. So
You're talking
on-
the building or the property itself?
Well, I want some clarification from the solicitor because property lines are involved. It's not just building to building. And, at least that's my understanding, and that was at the last meeting, that property lines are involved. And so that was one, I did ask for that, and it wasn't included. And it wasn't me you talked to, Sean, it must have been somebody else. And the applicant information, it wasn't until tonight that Mr. Ardone said who the applicant was, or the business, or what type of business is going to come in. The other ones that came before, I've been on the council for a couple of them now. And at least 2 or 3 of those that were included. We had the applicant right up front. We had the applicant, who they were, what they wanted, like the restaurants that were there. It was going to be a restaurant. They wanted to serve some beer or wine or whatever with the meals. We knew that up front, and it was advertised like that on the agenda. And so none of that was included. And in my mind, that's not a fair and adequate notice to the public. The council has a lot of leeway here, but I think we deserve to know everything on the council, and the public deserves to know everything. And So I wanted to see on the map the distance, and it was my understanding property lines are involved, so I wanted to see that. I wanted the applicant information. I wanted to know what the applicant plans to do with that property. I'm not gonna say, yeah, approve something and not know what they wanted. Is it gonna be a sports bar? Is it gonna be a restaurant? Is it gonna be what have you? These are all questions that are going through my mind.
Can we have,
I didn't,
can we have Attorney Nardone come back to the podium to answer these questions, please? And I'll get to you, Councilor Petra.
Yeah, before
no.
Mr. Nardone comes, I wanted to say a few things if I could.
yeah, and.
Sure, go ahead. Are you,
Well, the bill
Counselor
has a
Aiello?
flaw. Bill has a flaw.
Yeah, so I'm saying, and saying that, just reminding folks, and the law was provided here too, that there's an exemption for license holders that had a license prior to 1978. There's exemption for that. Or if a license holder, liquor license holder is established before a school or church goes in, it's a pre-existing, so they're allowed in there. So when the other one in the plaza came before the council, where they were going to the church and asking, because I was the one who asked a few times, have you spoken with them? Will they provide a letter or something? And my understanding is they typically don't provide letters on this. So, and that's fine, but we gave them enough time so that they were aware of what was going on. And then they also had another chance at the licensing board if they so choose. So that's my hang up, is not being given everything up front, so I know. The ones on Main Street, we knew exactly what was going to be. It was going to be a restaurant, and they wanted to serve some alcohol with their meals. Understand, this one, they had no information up front. This agenda is better than the last one. Last one was just completely out of the blue. And maybe it's just a matter of communication. But I'm sorry, I just need more information, and I think the public deserves to know exactly what people plan to go in that facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Aiello. Councilor Petra.
All right. Bill makes some very good points. I don't like the way this was advertised either. It feels wrong the way it was put in front of us. Mr. Nardone, great attorney, great man. Oh, I'm gonna call him as being a bit disingenuous when he says that this has a long way to go after the council signs off on it, because we know that the state rep is gonna go along to get along. That's a rubber stamp job. We know that the licensing board with Chamber Stewart, Angela Thorman, is gonna sign off on it. That's a rubber stamp job. So this is really the only place that this project will get vetted. This is it. So to jump ahead like that and say that this is just a step in the process, this is it. It's all or none right here. We know this. Now, that being said, I have to sit back and think about it and say, okay, is it going to change my life whether or not this is a repair shop or housing or a sports bar or a barcade? No, it's not. So I have to make a decision, and knowing that this is the only decision, this board right here, let's be honest, but I think it's okay. And that's why I'm gonna vote yes. Don't love the process. Don't love I'm not gonna talk anymore, but I am gonna vote yes on it, because when I think about it, they have this property, they have the right to do what they want on the property. It's their property. And I don't think that a bar is any different up there than anything else. But I know that once we vote yes, that's what's happening.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councilor Vandover.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Counselor LaPetra. I felt like you weren't being as forthcoming with the information as you should have been. For me, I was originally a no, but I learned that Kelly's Deli and Cleats also have gotten exemptions on this for liquor licenses, which Cleats I knew about, Kelly's Deli I wasn't aware of, and they're very close to this church. And the fact that the church hasn't responded makes me want to change my vote because of those specific things. So I do wish that it would have been clearer as to what exactly it would have been, because again, in my understanding and sitting through the planning board meetings, this was supposed to be a repair shop, not a bar or a restaurant. So, yeah, I believe I will change my vote to a yes on this one. But next time, just come to us with all the facts is all we ask, so that we have a clear picture for our constituents as well as ourselves in order to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Counselor Healy, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I feel the same way. I was thankful that you mentioned 102 Granite Street LLC, but unfortunately that was just created like less than a month ago. So it's, I would love to know what's going there, but when you take into consideration what else is in that plaza, you have Ella's even closer to the high school. I don't personally see a reason to vote no. So I do agree. Sorry for the redundancy, but it really is important to all of us. It sounds like that we have as much information as possible. And being able to go home tonight and answer a phone call and say, well, what did you even vote on? It would be helpful to know. So you guys have my support as a small business. I want to see you guys thrive. I want to be there to support you. I would also love if you guys came to the podium and gave us a little bit of a background on what's actually going to happen. Thank you.
Councilor Niemeyer, do you want to say anything? Okay, Sean, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, and I'm not here. The map that I presented shows proposed restaurant on it. Everyone is well aware what's proposed there. It was nothing in the dark. I'm not sure if Mr. Nardone mentioned it last time, but we made the map. It says proposed restaurant, 92102 Granite Street. And then in talking to the solicitor, Conley, it goes from the boundary of the building, not the boundary of the property. So again, that's the only reason why the school was not, it was outside of that 200-foot range. So I understand what everyone's saying, but I certainly don't think, and I certainly don't have to defend Mr. Nardone, but I don't think he was trying to mislead anybody. I mean, I think if you asked the question, he would have told you anything you wanted to know about the business. So.
Thank you for pointing that out, Sean, because I definitely missed that, but thank you.
Solicitor Conley, did you have something to say?
Yeah, they can explain the property lines.
So when you read the statute, it identifies a building and premises. So the way, and I'll quote from the relevant section of the statute. Where nor in any building within 200 feet of the premises of any public, private, parochial school or public place of worship. So on this side of it, it's the building where you start, but on that 200 feet goes to the premises, goes to the property line of that public, private, parochial school or license. So it's a mix. It's a building when you start the sentence and it's premises when you end the sentence.
If I may jump right in real quick, it was never about a property line. It was just about a little bit of transparency. That's all.
Mr. Nardone, would you like to come and clarify any of the questions, please?
While he's getting ready, Madam Chair, it was about property lines too for me. Because this is the first one that was close to the school. And it does matter to me. And it does matter to me what type of business goes in there. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the council if you truly thought that I was misleading you or that I was intentionally not giving you appropriate information. I've been doing this for 45 years. Now you're supposed to say you don't look old enough to have been doing it that long. And that is the furthest thing from my mind, from from any thoughts that I have when I appear before this board, the zoning board, the planning board, the licensing board, the architectural review board, any board. That isn't my style. That isn't how I practice law, and I'm not going to start now. I didn't think for a minute that it wasn't understood, and I probably could have been clearer that what we're proposing is a restaurant with the service of food. And as a Class B license, you have to serve food. Solicitor Connolly is well aware of that. It isn't going to be, quote, a bar room. It's going to be a restaurant serving meals, similar to what Mr. Pucci does at Pucci's Poorhouse downtown. I don't remember what the other questions were. With respect to the prior, quote, use, there have been a number of considerations for the site. Yes, at one point, one of the considerations was a golf cart repair shop with 50 to 60 golf carts parked out front on a daily basis. That was presented as a potential use. It was never confirmed. And we think after vetting that and other uses, that this was the best one. And I think that from the public standpoint, the use is much better. The attraction will be much better. And the community service that has been evidenced by Pucci's Poorhouse in their current operation downtown is exemplary. The meals that they put on for the various sports groups, both Stonington High and middle school teams, Westerly High and middle school teams. It's a great addition to the town, and we think that a second location, even closer to the high school, will be as attractive and as beneficial to the community. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have, if I missed something. And I appreciate the fact that Councilor LaPetra, that you recognize that it stops here. It could stop here. And what I'm hearing is, thankfully, it won't stop here, but it could stop at any of those other levels that we have to appear before. If I could predict every vote in matters that I appear before, I'd long since been retired. I'm not that good. Anyway, if there are any other questions, I'm happy to respond.
Anyone have any other questions? Counselor Healy?
I just wanted to apologize because I didn't see that it was a proposed restaurant on the map, and that's 100% on me. So I want to apologize to you and Mr. Pucci, and also thank you guys again. I want to support your small business. Finding out that it's another restaurant similar, I mean, you got a new customer, so thank you.
Counselor Ilo?
Thank you. Yeah, and we've known each other for a little while too, so I do respect you as an attorney, and don't take my comments
Thank
any other way. And that's why I was really surprised that we didn't have this information up front, because we always had it before for these other ones you came before us on. And so that's my point. And I mean, if it comes to vote tonight, it's going to be a no, and I'm going to tell you why. Because of the lack of public transparency on this, not your fault, but for our agendas. That's why I'll vote no tonight. If it comes back for another meeting and everything is posted on here, saying what's going to be there, or what, you know, they're proposing a restaurant and this, and then I'm good with that. But I do believe in that, and I know they've done a lot of community things at the other restaurant, and they've hosted sports teams and many things. And I think my sister's even at a class reunion there. So no, that's appreciative and I do respect you a great deal as an attorney. I had some questions and I wanted them answered. And that's the only reason I'm going to vote tonight is because it's probably not going to go, it's probably going to get approved tonight. So if it came back with everything posted on the agenda so the public would be fully informed, I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Poll vote?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Rose.
Yes.
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 No.
Vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to new business and I'll get Chris. Oh, here he is.
Thank you for covering for me. That concludes 7A, unfinished business. Item 8, new business, suspend town council rules of procedure, Rule 9D. Council operations, discuss and consider the following items: 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, and 8F. And the reason for a couple of these anyways is that they're resolutions to the General Assembly, which is in a timely manner. So
Discussion, Chris?
please.
You know that I feel that we should take these one by one. I
Okay.
know that we should suspend the rules for at least a few of these, but I don't like this group bunching. I don't know if it applies every time to every ordinance, so every resolution that we post.
These are simply discussion, impossible action, not necessarily required action, but I'll entertain a motion for 8A, suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules for 8A.
Is there a second?
Second?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8A is approved. 8B?
You want to continue with 8A first? You want to go right down the line and decide if we want to suspend the rules on them all? You could do it either way. I don't care.
However the council chooses. All right, we're on to 8A. We'll decide whether to suspend the rules after this. 8A, Town of Wesley, Rhode Island, resolution of the Wesley Town Council supporting House Bill H8151, the Blue Wave Bond for Coastal Preparedness, discussion and possible action. As an introduction, this was presented with a joint session with the legislatures, and Councilor Gu had put this forward in funding resiliency at the wastewater treatment plant. Anything else, Sean? Town manager?
No, we would, staff-wise, we would support this bill. I think it's a win-win for both sides.
Make a motion to approve 8A.
Can I
Councilor
just
Vandover?
ask a question? So it says, this would be through the green bond. So is this this would be a loan? It would be a loan. So this isn't the government, the state putting in any money towards our wastewater or facility, correct?
Right, they're borrowing the money, the state's on the hook to pay the money back. They're
So-
borrowing the money to support this program.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Thank you.
Point of clarification, this is to authorize the General Assembly to go out with a $100 million bond to the voters this November, right? Okay, just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, thank you.
This is just,
That's a loan to Westerly.
right. This is just to show our support to the General Assembly that, yeah, we agree, go out to the voters and ask them.
And it would be a grant to Westerly if so approved.
Right.
I second the
Right.
motion.
Thank you.
Motion made by Councilor Healy, seconded by Councilor Shalaba. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Any opposed? One abstention from Councilor Petra. 601. Item 8B. Is there a
Motion to suspend our rules.
Second.
motion made, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion is, rules are suspended. 8B, resolution of the town of Wesley in support of municipalities collaborating and reviewing, analyzing, and responding to the 2025 affordable housing laws. Discussion and possible action.
Motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilor Vandover. Discussion, Councilor Niemeyer.
Yes, there's a lot I like here. I'm nothing if not a local particularist. And I like that it recognizes that there is a housing crisis. I've noticed a worrying trend of folks, particularly at the federal level, saying actually unaffordable housing is a good thing. There's a lot I like here. I just want to check something with the solicitor real quick, if I may address a question to him.
Please.
Mr. Solicitor, it's under under section 3 here. It says that in furtherance with collaborative approach, the town of Westerly directs its town solicitors in cooperation with the solicitors of any other interested Rhode Island municipality willing to work cooperatively towards these goals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In your reading of this, does this compel us to take any particular legal action? Does it compel you to take any particular action?
I don't think it compels us to take any particular legal action, no.
And so it doesn't, and since it doesn't compel you to take any particular legal action, it doesn't incur any additional costs to the town.
That is correct.
Okay, that was it.
Any other comments, discussion? I'm just going to add that the planning board of the town of Wesley has been very successful working with developers and working to provide for affordable housing. So I don't want to take this as a means to say that the planning board doesn't have that authority, doesn't have those tools. And they've referenced those tools of utilizing the state law to create affordable housing in areas that accommodate that. So we have, Wesley is very well served by the planning board that we have constituted currently. And this would give, this resolution, if passed by the State House, would give more authority, more weight, if you will, on the planning board. So I'm very much in favor of the planning board taking the lead, the town of Wesley Planning Board taking the lead in this. Any other discussion? Yes.
Maybe Mr. Manager, maybe Chair, have we heard anything from our planning board on this resolution at all, or?
This was not referred to the planning board for their opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Call the motion. All in favor as noted?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Support the resolution. Moving to item 8C, is there?
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules for 8C.
Second.
Motion made, second by Council Shalaba. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving to 8C, resolution awarding the contract for Beatrice Street Stormwater Drainage Improvements Project. A&J Landscaping LLC, $63,290. Discussion and possible action.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Aiello. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion seconded by Councilor Shalaba. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Resolution passes. 8D, is there a
Motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
motion made and seconded? Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are suspending the rules for 8D. Resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into a contract with Cape and Island Tennis and Track for asphalt basketball courts construction and resurfacing in the amount of $209,495.75. Discussion and
Motion to
possible action.
approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. It's discussion. Town manager, is it similar?
This is similar, just to give you the similar feel, the existing basketball courts are reclaiming the existing courts, resurfacing them. This has been a capital request that's been funded for the last 4 years, and we've reached the threshold to get it done at this point.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution for 8E to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Discussion.
Discussion?
I think this is something the town should get a second crack at hearing. I don't think this is something that we should pass on the first night. It's, adding more bicycles to this town is something that's gonna affect every driver here. I think we should give the, public an opportunity to come to the podium on this one.
Council Vandover, discussion.
Yeah, I have some questions on this. These are electric bikes. Where are we putting these bikes?
No,
Is
they're
that-
not electric.
They're electric, I think.
No,
We'll get into this when we talk about it.
aren't we having a discussion?
We're
Discussion on just
discussing
suspending the rules, just on suspending the
Oh, I'm
rules.
sorry.
Okay, any other discussion on suspending the rules? Seeing none, all in favor?
No.
Aye.
Poll vote,
Yeah.
Council Vandover? To
Just
suspend the rules
suspend the
only.
rules. That means we would pass it a one and done type situation for this.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 I don't like that. I wish it was discussion only tonight. So I'm abstaining from this.
Chair votes yes to suspend the rules. So it's 4-2 to 1. Item 8E, resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with Dynamic Bicycles, Inc. for the equipment purchase and software for a bike share program for the Wesley Recreation Department not to exceed $18,173. Discussion and possible action. Town manager?
Yeah, so this is a contract with for us to actually purchase is 10 bicycles and 15 bike racks. There's a separate bike rack for each bicycle because that's how they lock in to rent them. This is a program that was brought up, I believe, 2 years ago originally, that we've looked into to potentially put some the bikes down in the Squamicut area. And I did pass out a map tonight, the big map of the beach, there's some stars on it, of potential locations where you can put them. This includes a maintenance program for the bikes. The reoccurring cost on an annual basis is right around $500 for the programming renewal on it. And there is a maintenance program for the bikes, so we can maintain them ourselves. You do own them, life expectancy 10 to 12 years. There isn't I went through a demonstration with the company. There's the liability access for the town. There isn't any. It doesn't increase our liability at all. As is a waiver, it's all by app. You have to do them by your phone by app. 18 years and older, you go on an app on your bicycle and you can rent them for an hour, 2 hours, 2 days, 3 weeks, the whole summer, whatever you want the time period you want to do. This isn't a money-making venue, although we should recoup the funding that we are paying for the bikes and the annual cost in them. But we're not doing it to generate revenue for the town. We're doing it to allow the tourists and residents and everyone down in the beach area to use a bike if they wish to. You can take the bike wherever you like. You have to bring the bike back or it keeps charged. So the questions that came up, what if they don't turn it back up? What's the replacement of the bike? What if it gets stolen? It's all based on the app, all the fees and so forth. So going through it, it's really a flawless system. They're in communities all over New England. This company has them. Run by municipalities, some of which do not charge any fees for the bike. It's just a free program. You sign it up through your app, you know who has it. I wouldn't recommend doing it for free. I just don't. I think we should be charging something for it. And I think, if the program ends up successful, we can expand. You can add more racks, you can add more bikes, you can, if you want to put some in Watch Hill, if you want to put some, I don't know, downtown, wherever, you can ride them wherever you want. I mean, I think it's good for the tourists down the beach. I mean, we do attract a ton of people down the beach. We're trying to come up with different activities people can do. As you know, that some of the resources down there are, becoming less and less as it goes. And it is, family-oriented beach.
Did you mention if they're electric or not?
They are not electric bikes. These are pedal, you have to work. You have to work at it. They're pedal bikes. And there's also an opportunity, they would have the Wesley seal in the town of Wesley on the bike itself. There's a rack system you can potentially, we haven't even looked into that part of it, but if we wanted to sponsor, like a business wanted to put their name on the rack, you pay so much a summer. There's, sponsor the 10 bikes, and that would pay for your reoccurring cost on the programming for the app to actually release them. So they go in a rack that locks them
when you do your app, the app Wi-Fi's to them and there's no power to them. It's all battery operated in the lock. So the thought process was the tourist information booth down in Squamicut. Maybe put a rack of them there, put some maybe at the new town beach and or the old town beach. I think it's a good program. It's not a ton of money. We have the money in this year's current budget. We're not funding it next. It's not proposal for next year. There's money in there. I think it's worth a try.
Council LaPetra?
All right. At first glance, this resolution was innocuous enough, and then I started thinking about it, and I hate it. And now, and anyone who knew me growing up is gonna think I'm a hypocrite because I spent my whole teenage years from 12 to 20 biking down this Atlantic Avenue. That's how I got around. I did it as transportation, but now I'm an adult and I can buy a gym membership if I want to or whatever. This is what I see in this town. I mean, it's another thing, we're pushing tourism again when we don't need to. And I say, well, don't we have, I look at the bikers that we have. First of all, you have the in-town, mostly, I don't know, it seems like a lot of homeless guys. I don't know if it's a Watch Hill philanthropist, they give them a bike, they give them a backpack, they load their backpack with nips, so now they can be drunk and mobile. So that's what you have in town. Then you go down towards the beach, and what do you have down the beach? You got these guys in the middle of the road with the triangle helmets, going 25 in the middle of the road, but I got places to be and I want to go 40. I think we have too many bikers in this town. I'd like to have less bikes, to be honest with you. So not only I'd like to put a resolution on here to maybe ban bicycles in Wesley. Is that something we could try? But I certainly don't want to help the issue. That's not something I'm looking to do. So we do enough for tourism. We have plenty of tourists. People are going to, there's going to be more accidents now. We just want to be a little sleepy community, but all we are in the summer is people biking all over the place. I don't like it. I actually hate it.
I make a motion to extend our curfew.
Second.
Second.
Motion to extend the curfew, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Extended.
I also.
One opposition.
And one absent.
I disagree with everything that was just said by Counselor LaPetra. It is absolutely unfair for somebody to get a privilege their whole entire early adulthood to be able to bike around and then turn around as an adult and say, just kidding, you guys can't do that just because I did. Okay. Secondly, I am really uncomfortable with his language about unhoused individuals in Westerly. That was pretty disturbing. And last, I'm probably the only one up here that would have preferred electric bikes. I'll settle with these bikes. We had a committee that worked really hard on that bike lane that we have over there. Time and effort and town resources have already gone to that. So we would be able to utilize what we've already put hard work into. And I don't see how this would be a bad thing for our tourism that we already have here, especially in those little cottages that Councilor LaPetra always talks about. This would be perfect to get them to and from the beach. This isn't, I just fundamentally disagree with almost every word that was said. You have my support on this. I think it will be good moving forward. I would like to see a very small fee attached to it at unlocking. And small, I mean like $5-10, like tops. And I also would love to learn more about the sponsorships. Very easy to throw a QR code up there and get these bikes to all of these small businesses that we have down there. So thank you for bringing this forward, Councilor Shalaba, and you have my support.
Councilor Shalaba?
Yes, actually, I've been working on this for a couple of years, and it started off because of people wanting access to rights of way that couldn't get access to rights of way. And so they could take the bicycles down certain paths that cars can't go to. They could take the bicycles, to the lighthouse or wherever. I think I like the idea too of possibly having advertisement on it. It gives, people have complained that, they have problems with parking. Well, if they finally find a parking spot, they're not going to want to get out of their car and try to find another parking spot and go utilize another business. So if they have an access that they could jump on a bike and go down the other end of Musquamacut and go visit a restaurant down there that they want to see, that they're worried they're not going to be able to go to or not, I don't see how it's going to cause more problems when, a prior council got the bike lane in down there. And this is just, to try out and see. I think it actually would benefit a lot of the businesses down there, as much as people don't want to necessarily hear about the tourism and stuff. I think it's actually something that can help and expand Westerly to people. So anyway, I am for it. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, and especially when you can take it wherever. And if you don't want to take it, you don't take it. That's the beauty of choice. Thank you.
Council Vandover.
May I ask the town manager a question, please?
Yes.
These bikes, big tire bikes?
No.
Okay, so are these bikes going to be allowed on the beach?
If you figure out a way to ride them on the beach, they certainly can, but that.
Well, a low tide, sometimes that ground is pretty
They're not
hard.
big tire bikes, so you're not gonna get very far on the beach, but.
Okay.
There's nothing preventing someone from going down the right of way and bringing it and sitting next to their towel as they sit on the beach, I guess. There's nothing preventing someone from doing that.
I just have some concerns with safety. I'm not against having bicycles. I rode a bike all over Hartford, but I just have some concerns. I just see somebody riding a bike down the beach and some little kid running out in front of them and just, it could be a mess. And I'm also very concerned. I don't, with accidents, somebody's going to get hit by a car. I mean, you're going to tell me the town's not going to be responsible for that?
Not at all. It's been vetted through this company. There's a waiver you sign on it prior when you go on the app. To have the app, you can't get the bike unless you go through the whole process on the app. They have it in some 90-something communities, just in the surrounding states, and they've never had an issue. I mean, there are literally thousands of bikes down in the beach area on a given day in the summertime, and they usually go much faster than the traffic. So when you're driving your car down, it might get there quicker than you.
Okay, so I'm not convinced, but anyway, again, I'm not against bikes. With people on their cell phones and driving, I just see an accident waiting to happen. The other question I have is if these people are going to be taking these bikes on the beach, the salt, the sand, do we have some station where they're going to be able to rinse these bikes off? They're going to get very corrosive very fast if they're not being maintained like on a daily basis. Is there a plan for that?
There is a maintenance program that's part of this whole program that they will be maintained. They're all aluminum. The bikes are aluminum. They're not steel. Everything, the wheels, the frame is aluminum, so they're all corrosion resistant.
And the software, I don't know if that's a you question or not, but $3,000 for this software?
It's initial software. It's a $500 renewal fee per year on it.
So it's the beginning of it, just to get it set up and running. And who's going to be doing this? We're going to have high school kids doing this? Is
nobody-
going to hire somebody?
It's all self-sustaining. There's
All
no
self-sustaining.
one doing it.
Okay,
No one doing it. Once it's set up, it takes care of itself. Doesn't require any staff time.
interesting. Guess I better get with the times. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council Aiello?
Yes, thank you. Who tracks where the bicycles are, say, at the end of the day?
They don't track them. They don't track them
I
at
thought
all.
the app would show where they're.
No, there's not at all. You can
Not at
get a
all.
GPS put on the bike. They do not recommend that because you're logged out with that bike. And when you take the bike, it's on your app. The other person that has the bike, you don't show back up with it. They charge you for the bike.
Gotcha, okay, so if they steal it, then they're gonna end up, yeah.
Correct.
And then can something be added, a caveat be added saying, not for use on the beach? when they sign.
We can put whatever signage you want, but I'm being honest. I ride bikes as an adult. You.
I know it's insane to try and ride them on
Not
the
get
beach.
that
I
bike on
know.
the beach. You couldn't do it.
But
with the
you know,
tires.
lo and behold, you're gonna have some.
Never say
You're
never.
gonna have some.
Try, you're not gonna get.
They won't, they'll try it once, but just a thought. I mean, just a thought. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to try it, but what I would like to see is for it to come to another meeting so the public has time to see this and review it. And I think there's still plenty of time to put it in place for this season. I mean, and contrary to Councilor Petra, I do support bicycle use, and I'd like to see more of it.
Well, I got a question
Around
for
town.
the solicitor when Bill's done. I do have one question for the solicitor.
So,
Mr. Solicitor, and Sean could answer this too, as former police chief, bikes legally can bike right in the middle of the road. It's not like when we were kids and we stayed off to the side, put a little bit of conscientiousness towards people driving by. As bikes can legally be right in the middle of the road, correct?
I can
Yeah.
explain. I'm very familiar because I used to teach. So yes, you can ride down the middle of the road as long as you can maintain the speed of travel.
Okay.
There's not too many people riding a bicycle 25 miles an hour. So in that, the law is clear. You have to yield to traffic and you have to ride on the side of the road.
You know, I'm seeing those speed race for triangle helmet guys, they make a run at it.
I
And
agree.
they're not
Sometimes it
quite
can be-
as fast as we'd like them to go,
You
but,
can maintain 15 coming through downtown, you ride with traffic.
okay, so.
You have to yield to the side of the inlet traffic.
But on Watch Hill Road, I mean, you know the miles per hour limit on Watch Hill Road? Or if I'm trying to
35,
get 25,
35.
35, and
You would not be able to go 35 on a bike.
okay. So what can I do if somebody's in front of me going about 20 on a bike? Do I just lay on my horn? What's the
A
protocol
little
there?
beep and hopefully they move over.
I don't, let's
You're
let
gonna-
the public weigh
You're
in.
gonna be watched a lot closer after this meeting. Let me ask, just, this, if it goes forward, this will be worked out with the recreation department, all the details that were
Run through the
discussed, the
recreation.
signage, the advertising, the specific use within these properties.
It would be done through the recreation department. That is correct.
Who's are the liaisons for the rec? So you guys have plenty of more input.
Can I just ask one more question that I forgot to ask? I'm sorry. How long can they rent these bikes? Can they rent them for a week? Can they rent?
Well, you
Yeah.
can rent it for the whole summer if you want it. So they'll be rated again, like Councilor Haley indicated, this isn't a money maker, so it may be $5 to rent it for 2 hours or $10 for a half a day or the whole day. If you want to rent it for a week, it might be, I don't know, $30. You know, it's not going to be a lot of money, but you can rent it for the week and rent it for 2 weeks if you want.
Okay, 10 bikes, huh? Okay.
Any other questions of the manager?
Motion to move it to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
Motion made to continue to the next meeting. Discussion? Hearing none, poll vote. Councilor Aiello, is that what you're?
Aye.
No.
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 Yes.
Yes.
Chair votes no. Do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to approve and accept, approve. Sure.
Second.
Motion by Councilor.
Discussion?
seconded by Councilor Shalaba. Discussion?
So we're gonna approve something that could potentially affect traffic patterns all through the summer, all throughout town, and we don't even want to let the public weigh in? Is that what we're saying? I mean, that's a little ridiculous. Just give them one chance to say, hey, you know.
We have a
people
bike
like-
path down there.
What's
Is
that now?
Bike path on.
Yeah, the bike path is pointless because it starts and ends unless you can helicopter somebody in. Nobody's worried about a little bike path that starts and ends across from the state beach. This is gonna be a situation where it's gonna affect traffic. You know, we don't wanna be, do we wanna be that kind of town? It's only tourism? Why don't we just let people weigh in? Just one meeting. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. Councilor Healy?
There's 10 bikes.
We
There's-
start with 10.
There's 10. We have thousands in town. We are a tourist town, Dylan. I know you hate it, but it's true. That's just what it is right now today. And we have bikers. You should see them in Bradford. They go on the trails. They're fantastic. We have bike clubs in town and teams and
I didn't grow up in a tourist. town.
There's 10.
I grew up in a town that happened to have
I'm not
tourists.
asking where you grew up, Counselor.
And the people that exercise use Atlantic Ave with their bikes as well. So
This is a good opportunity.
it's not adding anything. I love the analogy, 10 bikes. Counselor,
I agree with Dylan. I think that the people of this town should have the right to decide if this is something they think is safe. Again, I don't believe for a second there's not a liability here somehow for safety reasons. And I really think that if you guys are so sure that it's such a great thing, why not let the town consider it? Why not put it in their hands? And then if somebody does get hurt, it's not 100% on us. Thank you.
thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah. I think Mary had her hand up. so.
Counselor Shalaba?
This has actually been in the works for 2 years. This isn't something that just came up last week and the town manager's been looking at it. I've been working with both the town manager and the rec department on this for quite some time, and even talked to people at Watch Hill as well as Ms. Squamicket. And you know, we have bikes down here all the time. We have people driving the wrong way in cars down here, for God's sakes, and we're worried about a bicycle. It's just, I think that we're getting a little away from the fact that people have asked for this. People have asked to take bikes down to paths for rights of way, which that's what we're fighting for constantly. I don't see starting off with 10 bikes and trying this is a hard decision after this is, like I said, been going on for quite some time. Thank you.
Any other comments, Counselor Aiello?
Real quick, I don't want to belabor this. If you're forcing a vote tonight, I'm going to vote no. Because I would have supported it. I don't need, please. You know, for a counselor who keeps criticizing other counselors, she sure interjects every time I speak just about. So I will say, I was supportive of this. I would fully support it at the next meeting, but I'm going to vote no tonight if it's being forced tonight. The town manager said we have plenty of time. There's plenty of time if it went to another meeting. But I'm a firm believer in letting the public see this. And while a counselor and the manager or a couple other people may have talked about this, we haven't. The public hasn't. That's all it is. A simple request to put it the next meeting. So, of course, you probably got the votes without it, so, but I'll be a no vote for night for that reason, the same reason I voted no on the license. And changing the law for that. Public transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the vote.
I got one more question for the solicitor.
Certainly.
I'm assuming that bicycle helmets will be included with the rental of the bike, right? No, they will not be. Okay. Oh, okay. So somebody could just rent a bike, get hit by a car and we'll, you know, with a high power lawyer, we think that we're gonna absolutely beat this in court as a town? No helmets required?
There will not be mandatory for bike helmets on the bicycles because it's 18 and over.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
It's
well,
not required by law.
I think
So we
we're-
will, the bike helmets do come with the bicycles they could get from the tourist information booth, but it's not gonna be, we're not gonna chase people around if they don't have a helmet on.
Okay, but if somebody rents a bike from the town of Wesley and decides not to wear a helmet and gets hit by a car, we're not forcing them to wear a helmet, so, but we're gonna completely,
The law does not force them to wear a helmet on a bicycle.
I think there's a few people sitting up here should be wearing a helmet, to be honest with you. All right, never mind.
I call the vote, a poll vote. And the motion is to approve tonight the allocation of the funds for the bikes. Counselor Aiello?
No.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Chair votes yes, resolution is approved. Moving to item 8F, do we have a motion to suspend the rules?
Suspend the rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor to suspend the rules?
Aye.
Any opposed? Rule, one opposed.
I oppose as well.
Two,
Same here.
three opposed. 4-3, motion passes to suspend the rules. Item 8F, resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with Jacobs Project Management Company to oversee and manage engineering construction of improvements to the Wesley wastewater treatment facility in the amount of $83,319,617. Discussion and possible action. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, the second resolution is just the original resolution that we had for the financing of the sewer treatment plant. So as we indicated, or I indicated when we were going over all the financing options that are now all in place, I advised the council that the process was out to bid for the facility with the projected amount of 85 million. As you can see, it came in under the 85 million, 83,319. And we went through the bidding process. The contract was awarded to, or is awarded to Jacobs, who then provided pricing. And as you can see in the packet in front of you, it breaks down all the pricing. They will be the project management companies to oversee the entire construction. They were the same company that did the design, and everything is in place and ready to go. The last step we are waiting for DEM is a certificate of approval, which allows us to begin construction, which the contract needs to be in place in order for that to happen. Our financing is all in place with the infrastructure bank. They also need the certificate of approval, which allows, that's the final leg of what they need for things to go out to bond. The projection for this project was to start in March. Obviously, I'm talking to you in April and we haven't started. They're hoping to get it, if they can get the certificate of approval in place in the next week or so. We may be able to get on the RIB, which is the infrastructure bank's bonding approval for the April meeting. If not, it will get rolled to the May meeting, and then we will immediately start construction if the approval goes through. I know it is a large amount. We've been talking about this for probably the last 7 or 8 years as this amount kept growing. We are thankful to see that it did not come in over the 85. And if you read the contract before you, a lot of it is amounts not to exceed. So they're guaranteeing amounts of the contract. This is similar to the way they do it at the school. When we did the $50 million bond in the schools, they hire a construction management company to basically bid out the project and run the project for a not to exceed price.
Very quickly, item 3 in the descriptions is a contingency allowance.
This is 4.5 million?
4.5 million.
4.5 million. So if you do not use the contingency, then that means that comes down to another 4.5 million. But I can assure you something will come up with, I don't know if we'll use it all. They're locking us in not to exceed that contingency amount. And if we were to, that's on them. So I don't know if we will or not. I'm sure something will come up along the way. But if we were not to use that contingency, really brings it down to 78.8 million.
Thank you. Any discussion from the council?
Yeah, this is something we have to do. So obviously we saved from our initial projection when we were trying to figure out how much the rates were going to go up in these bonds. It looks like we're about 1.6 under that. So go ahead.
It will still go as you prescribed. As
Well,
we
for the
came up-
first bond, but the second
For the
bond,
first
might-
one
yeah.
may change based on how these figures come in.
Well, I would say, I would assume that we leave the first bond alone, but I would think that we could play with the second bond, but we have a long way. That's a
First
couple
bond,
years
you're gonna
away.
need in its entirety because you're
Yeah.
gonna at least spend that.
Sure.
Second bond, depending on where we come in, it can fluctuate a little bit.
And then we even
Right.
have another 4.5 million that possibly, okay, that's great. So, it is what it is, small victories, I guess, right? Yeah. Okay.
Council Aiello?
Yeah. How many companies responded?
With I don't think I'm supposed to say that publicly because it's not, I can. So it's not, you don't bid the price, you bid the qualifications. This year's qualified. Then you take the companies and you rate them through qualifications. And then the one that comes out on top on the qualifications, Jacobs, then you ask them for pricing. It's kind of, I have to be honest, that's the way they do it. I've discussed it numerous times with a solicitor over some of these contracts, because when you're dealing with architecture, engineering services,
or architectural services, you have to do it the way you bid the qualification, no amount. They can't put any amount into it. Once you qualify a bidder, Jacobs, they're the only one supplying a price.
Right, no, I get that, but can you say how many did the initial part? The request for qualification?
One Jacobs.
That was it?
Yep.
All right. Okay. No,
Any other questions of the council?
we always said it before, but yeah.
So this is a momentous time. I mean, we're close to being compliance. We're coming under budget, even though the budget was over and over and over as we went through these years. So this will get.
The associate did review this. It fell on, he reviewed the process along the way through the whole, and actually, we didn't really even, DEM controlled the entire bidding process through this. So they set all the stipulations and what we had to do and couldn't do.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, discussion.
I'd like to say no, just for general purposes, but
Real quick, I just want this to make sure that it is so much in the front of our minds how important it is to be proactive about things like our infrastructure. Counselor Vandover and I have been looking through old boards and committees to see what we can get rid of. There was a sewer commission along those lines 12-ish years ago, looking into all of this. If they were just taken seriously, or I don't know what that situation was, but I don't care if there was $100,000 put aside for the past 12 years. I just want to, I feel like a broken record because I say it all the time, but we are so reactive currently. I just want to see us, like we are with PFAS, being proactive, how important that is.
PFAS, I would say, is a good analogy, something that is a regulation that came down, that cities and towns have to deal with it. This is similar to this nitrogen reduction. Nobody could have seen this happening at this level. In fact, the town fought, they wanted to be even more stringently treatment, even more than what this is proposed for, so that I don't fault the wastewater treatment plant people. With any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you, town manager, for putting this together.
Mr. President, I need to leave for the evening.
Very good, thank you. Councilor Aiello. Not much left. We're not going to do the executive session tonight. We've already told the solicitor that. Communications and reports, liaison reports. Anybody wish to report out? Councilor Vandover.
I know I'm not the liaison, but I sat in at the planning board and they're proposing to put at 5254 Franklin Avenue, they want to combine two lots and create a Firestone. I guess Bridgestone is the main company, and they came forward with a plan, and it really looks nice. So I'm happy to see that we're getting some businesses to come in to town for, for the people. And also, I just wanted to say thank you. I was asked to read the proclamation for the appreciation for National Vietnam War Veterans Day on March 29th in a cold, frigid 8 o'clock outside on the front lawn. But I just want to say it's my honor to represent the veterans of this town and all those of every town. So I just wanted to say thank you for asking me. It's quite an honor. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilor LaPetra.
I met with the bike committee this week. They'd like to get some glow-in-the-dark helmets for the Wesley on it.
We need that laugh. Any other liaisons? Yes, Councilor Niemeyer.
Yes, I want to give a huge congratulations to the 250th Commission for their Independence Ball, which you can see some of the banners from here today. They did a fantastic job. I heard that they reported $6,000 in profit from that event, That's in addition to securing a $10,000 donation from Washington Trust. Thank you to Washington Trust, and a $5,000 grant from the state. And the drone show came in about, I think, half the price that they initially thought it was. This committee is on fire. And I wish I'll be really proud of what they're doing.
That was a great event. Thanks for mentioning that. Any others? Councilor?
I don't have a liaison report, but a quick question to Councilor Niemeyer. For the time capsule, what is the time that we need to get things for the capsule before like it's cut off?
I don't know that there is a hard cutoff. It seems like James will be working down to the minute. But if you want, I can put you in contact with him and we can get something secured. There's a few things I'd actually like this council to be involved in in relation to that event as it approaches in July. But for the moment, I'll just put you in contact with him and he can let you know if there's a hard cutoff.
Thank you.
If there's no more reports, town council report, anyone? Yes, Councilor Vandover?
So all the way at the bottom, number 11, I would like to have this put on the agenda for the Town of Westerly resolution in opposition to Rhode Island House Bills H7035, H7755. I can give these to you, Mary. H8068, H8071, and H8075. I would ask that we could put this into our next agenda. It's an imperative that we do. So the state is trying to make it illegal for anyone in this state to own a gun. They are taking away our rights as citizen. There, as of July 1st, they will be making us law-abiding citizens. Now we will be felons. They're gonna impose huge fines, $10,000 per fine, $10,000 per gun or something, and $10,000 per fine for owning a gun. What was once legally owned now will become a criminal offense. They will be taking my right away as a female to protect myself. I live alone, and I appreciate the fact that I have something in my house that I can take care of myself with. They also are going to want a $1 million insurance policy on this, and no insurance company is going to cover that. It also excuse me?
Just refer it. You could just-
Well, I just want to explain why and how important it is to get it on the agenda, and I have an opportunity to do that right now. Lower to middle income families, how are they going to be able to protect their families? And it's enshrined in the Rhode Island Constitution. 1, 2, and 4th Amendments are rights. They are protected. They need to be protected. We all should be able to have the right to have a firearm in our home to protect our family. So I highly would ask that this is imperative that we get this. It's time restraintive, and we need to get it into the agenda. Thank you.
And as an officer of the Republican Party, I'm contractually obligated to second this, so you got 2.
Okay. Any other comments on the town council reports? Hearing none. Town manager reports?
Yeah, the first item is just the financial statement. Actually, they went over tonight. I sent the report. I put it in the manager's report. There's also a financial report from the school side, from ending January 31, 2026. And then there's a letter from the semi-quincentennial 250 awarding the town, the recipient of a grant in the amount of $5,000. There's also a letter from Rhode Island Energy informing us of some work, and they're doing their hub in Hopkinton on 216. They're running up to the town forest. They're running new transmission lines and poles. So it's going to be work being completed in our town. And then lastly is a letter from the Washington Trust Charitable Foundation providing $10,000 toward the Wesley 250. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Anything on those? Seeing none. Town solicitor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to report a couple of scheduling matters. As council knows from a note that you received earlier today, the Spring Avenue CRMC hearing for tomorrow night has been canceled. The next one will be April 13. The start time has not been confirmed yet. We're trying to start a little bit earlier, in order to make up for some of the lost time. But we'll see. Also, in the Weekapaug Fire District Superior Court litigation matters, the next hearing date in Superior Court for that case will be May 11th. The matters that will be in front of the court at that time is the fire district's motion to appoint a title examiner. That's a prerequisite for their quiet title cause of action. They have to do that. The court will appoint one. It's their second motion to amend. I explained to the council that they were allowed to amend the complaint. After they amended the complaint, after further argument, the court is now giving them an opportunity to amend the complaint a second time. That motion is on, and there's also a companion motion that doesn't directly affect the town, but the motion to compel the Rhode Island Attorney General's office to provide certain discovery that the Attorney General has objected to providing. So those are all of the motions that will be heard before the court in that case on May 11th.
Thank you. Any questions to the solicitor? Hearing none. Town clerk, anything?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Agenda referrals and backlog agenda. Rose, we heard your request.
Yeah, do I need to repeat all of that or you have?
I got
I
it.
think we're,
You got it? Okay, thank you.
Request of the town manager by town councilors. You gonna have food for us on Thursday?
Probably can do that.
It's a pizza.
I'll be
no.
bringing in, I'll bring soupy,
Oh,
so like
nice.
soupy cheese and maybe a nice with tacos bread. How's that?
Very
I
nice.
can probably
Yep.
get some pizza. It might make us work a little better on budget.
I do have a question for you though. Someone asked me to ask, regarding the, Taylor Swift wedding coming up in June. Is there any protocol? I believe there's going to be a lot of people. So I'm just asking because I was asked to, if you have anything planned as far as, what the traffic.
We have no knowledge of a wedding taking place in June.
Okay.
If there was a wedding taking place in June, we would certainly have knowledge of it by now.
Okay, great. So it's not
Unless
happening.
I mean, if it's a wedding of small, 4 people on either side of the family, maybe we won't know. Because it would be a event. I've been in touch with the state side on the EMA. We've coordinated with outside agencies in the event it was to happen, but there is nothing that we know of. And seeing that it is now 8 weeks away or whatever it is, I can't imagine someone's throwing a wedding together in 8 weeks. So
June, I guess, it's supposed to be the big day. So
June 13th, so 12 weeks away. Okay. I don't
So
think
I've-
you're gonna see it. You're gonna plan it in 12-week period of time.
very good. So doesn't look like it's going to
But
be
I
happening
can
here.
assure you, there will be a lot of media outlets here on that date. There is a wedding that date at the Ocean House, but it's not her wedding.
Well, the paparazzi are going to be around. Thank you, Sean.
Councilor Healy.
Now that I went public with the basketball court in Bradford, I know you are working extremely hard on that and trying to get in touch. I want to publicly say, I hope you don't think I was undermining your ability there. or
I didn't,
anything.
you said it's locked?
It's locked.
How?
They put a padlock on it
You can't get
with
in?
a sign saying like no trespassing.
Really?
So I just wanted to make sure
Oh, no,
Okay.
that, I guess, makes me even go for that coffee date even sooner then.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Sean.
Moving on to requests of the town solicitor by town councilors. Bill, you survived. Next, citizens' comments. In this portion, any subject is open for comment. You have 5 minutes. Please come forward and state your name and address. There's no sign-up sheet Mr. Devine, you're the only one that signed up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Morris Devine. Been a long time, lifelong resident of Westerly. And I am here to talk with you about, I believe it's item 911 in the agenda. So, and this has to do with a raft of bills, both in the House and in the Senate. There are 32 pairs of companion bills and one odd off one. So at that point, we're looking at more than 60 bills related to the restriction of your rights and liberties with regards to being able to protect yourself. There is economic division. There is economic burden. There is class division, because this doesn't apply to everybody across the board. There are carve-outs for certain people in law enforcement. There are carve-outs for people that, you know, just like Animal Farm, everybody's equal, but some people are more equal than others. So we have that kind of thing. It's difficult. It is changing lifestyles. Okay, I don't want to talk about the items. I want to talk about the behavior that's going on and the lifestyles that are going to be changed. You wish to go hunting with your two grandsons, and you want to buy them each rifles for Christmas or whatever else so that you can go to deer camp or whatever. You are prohibited from doing that on two folds. One, they don't want you to be able to buy more than one firearm in a 30-day period. And two, 18-year people under the age of 18 are not allowed to possess a firearm. They have eliminated the provisions of being with a close family member, being with a camp counselor, being with an instructor, being with someone who's leading a guided hunt. Those provisions are gone. They told us last year, don't worry about it. We're putting everything into a new category. They dreamed up something called prohibited arms. It doesn't exist in the National Firearms Act. It doesn't exist in the Gun Control Act in the 1930s and 1968 respectively, but don't worry about it. We're just calling them prohibited. You'll be able to keep what you have. There's a grandfather clause and buy whatever you want up until the 1st of July, 2026. And then they went back this year after Frank Chacon and others kind of crafted that. And they added the word possession to the ban language. You shall not sell, offer for sale, offer to purchase, transfer, or possess anything that falls into that category. And it's not about function. It's what does it look like, not what it does. This is not about safety. This is not about crime. Mr. Nerona, our Attorney General, and Mr. Knight, who sponsors most of these. By the way, a lot of these things that involve firearms, all of our local representatives have their names and fingerprints as co-sponsors for some of these. So we need to be careful. And I know a lot of these things come forward in a rush. Connecticut had a bunch come through. They have a raft of hearings this week as well as Rhode Island. 2 weeks ago, Virginia had 31 in 1 week, from inception to introduction to voting, rights dismissed. So we need to be very, very careful into what we're seeing. We're seeing changes in penalties. Fees and fines have gone from $5,000 and 5 years, or 5 years, to $10,000 and 10 years per item. You have a particular arm that they don't want you to have and a particular feeding device that they don't want you to have. It's not one instance, that's two. $20,000, 20 years. This is compelling. Mr. Nerona and Mr. Knight, also a representative from Barrington, a lawyer, are continuously working with crimes that involve firearms, trafficking, and drugs. They dismiss or refuse to prosecute the firearms charges They plea bargain down the drug charges and people walk. Meanwhile, they will pass laws that will make all of us, because of whatever we own overnight, into criminals. Stand up for your rights. Pass the resolution. Let them know you're reading it, you understand it, and we need to work with them to craft something that's much, much better. Protect your liberty, protect your communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and may I add just one more thing for 5 seconds?
Please.
In my research, I also uncovered, because I was looking for things related to arms, and a bill, Senate 3082 is coming up. It will eliminate the CRMC as we know it. It's going to merge it with DEM. It will be known as the Bureau of Coastal Resources Management. And how this got flagged, many of the people that are under the CRMC will now be considered peace officers, and they will be armed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people in the audience that would like to speak at this time on any subject? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to. Oh, sorry, council's response. Guess I'm kind of worn out. Anybody like to respond? Yeah. Sure.
Mr. Devine, once again, he's right. This country was founded on Constitution. 2A is imperative, right to bear arms. I have found in my past that people who like guns like them, and people who don't like them, and no amount of discussion is ever going to change anyone's mind. It's the unfortunate part. So, I don't love it as a topic for the town council, but I absolutely agree that this is bad legislation and that we should be doing something to fight it up in General Assembly in Providence. So, we'll weigh in, I guess.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak? We're done with.
Sorry, to belate speak. Just wanted to just put it out there because it is a pertinent time. It's Wednesday, this Wednesday, April 8th at 4 o'clock that these are going to hear. And if you do have opinions in that, you want to make it heard by then.
You said this Wednesday is being heard?
This Wednesday, April 8th at 4 o'clock.
So what the hell are we even, why are we putting it on our agenda then if we're gonna miss the vote on that anyway? What's the point?
They may not vote in
Oh,
this Wednesday.
there you
It's
go.
going to
Okay.
committee,
You're right.
is
You're
that
right.
correct?
Okay.
Say it again.
It's going to be heard in committee, or is it going to the floor? Has it been, has it
It's
passed?
hearing in consideration.
I think Mr. Devine might have some insight on this, Chris.
Mr. Devine?
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. President.
Yes, of course.
Yes, it's imperative that we do it and pass a resolution anyway. Some of it will go into committee. Some of it will be held for further study. Some of it in the House, they might wait until a companion bill is heard in the Senate, and you have the reverse. The Senate has their own version of some of these bills. They will pass them or they might not. So this is a process that will probably go on through at least into May and probably into June. So at that point, it's imperative that we do this because effectively what's going on is your protected rights under the Constitution are being reduced to not much more than a conditional privilege. And they're changing the conditions all the time.
We got
Once they have them like they did last year, they'll change the conditions. So let them know what you think, and we'll probably have another set of hearings to go to as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that added information. Any other comments?
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? Councilor Petro, all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.